Marxism and Politics. Preface. I seek to present here what I take to be the main themes and problems of the politics of Marxism, which might also be called the Marxist approach to politics, or Marxist politics. I have attempted to do this by way of a theorization of material drawn mainly from the writings of Marx, Engels, and Lenin, with occasional references to other major figures of Marxism, and I have also drawn on the actual experience of the politics of Marxism or of what has been claimed to be such in this century. I am very conscious that I have not dealt with many things which would have to be included in a book that made any claim to being a comprehensive work on Marxism and politics. I make no such claim and did not set out to write such a book. But I think that the book which I have written may help the interested reader to see more clearly what are the distinctive features of Marxist politics, and what are its problems. Whatever view may be taken of my text and its arguments, there cannot at least be much doubt that the questions discussed here have been absolutely central to the politics of the 20th century, and that they are likely to dominate what remains of it. April 1976 RM. For David and Edward. Contents. Introduction 1. N. Class and Class Conflict 17. The Defense of the Old Order, I-43. For the Defense of the Old Order, 266. V. Class and Party 118. 6. Reform and Revolution 154. Bibliography 191. Index 195. Introduction. The basic question with which this book is concerned is, what are the politics of Marxism? It is not a simple question, and a preliminary discussion of the reasons why it is not simple may be the best way to begin answering it. The first difficulty lies in the term Marxism itself. Marx died in 1883 and his own Marxism was subsequently greatly enlarged, first of all by Engels in the 12 very active and prolific years by which he survived Marx, and then by a number of other major and not so major figures in the following years up to the present. The most prominent of these figures by far was Lenin, whose own successors invented the term Marxism-Leninism, not only to denote Lenin's contribution to the enlargement of Marxism, but also to proclaim as settled what was in fact a highly contentious question, namely how firm was the link between the Marxism of Marx on the one hand and that of Lenin on the other. The question is particularly contentious, as it happens, in regard to some central aspects of the politics of Marxism, for instance the role assigned to the party. In one way or another, the same problem arises in relation to all the major figures who, by word or deed, have left their stamp on Marxism after Marx. The issue is by no means academic. Given the political importance of Marxism in the 20th century and its use as a political weapon, it is on the contrary a question which has itself strong and even explosive political implications and consequences. A second difficulty in the discussion of Marxism and politics has to do with the character of the writings on politics of all the major figures of Marxism, beginning with Marx himself. These writings are for the most part the product of particular historical episodes and specific circumstances, and what there is of theoretical exploration of politics in what may be called classical Marxism is mostly unsystematic and fragmentary, and often part of other work. Some of the most basic texts of the politics of Marxism answer to this description, for instance Marx's 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte and the Civil War in France, or has created for this mass a common situation, common interests. This mass is thus already a class as against capital, but not yet for itself. In the struggle, this mass becomes united, and constitutes itself as a class for itself. The interests it defends become class interests. 6. It is thus in a unite struggle, which presupposes a consciousness of its interests, that the proletariat becomes a class for itself, as distinct from a mere mass in a common situation and with common interests. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels went further and spoke of the organization of the proletarians into a class, and consequently into a political party. 7. And the Manifesto also insists that the proletariat during its contest with the bourgeoisie is compelled, by the force of circumstances, to organize itself as a class. 8. Rightly or wrongly, a political criterion is thus assigned to the notion of class, and this remained a fundamental theme in Marxist thought. In 1871, the resolution of the First International on Political Action of the Working Class, drafted by Marx and Engels, still insists that against the collective power of the propertied classes the working class cannot act, as a class, except by constituting itself into a political party. 9. The ambiguity presented by the formulation whereby the working class constitutes itself as a party will be discussed in Chapter V. But it is worth emphasizing that, for Marx, the working class is not truly a class unless it acquires the capacity to organize itself politically. Insofar as this involves will and consciousness, as it obviously does, it can be said that there is in Marx a subjective dimension to the notion of the working class as a class, as well as an objective determination of it. The point might be summarized by saying that, without consciousness, the working class is a mere mass. It becomes a class when it acquires consciousness. What consciousness entails will be discussed presently. To turn first to this objective determination of the working class, the crucial notion for Marx is that of productive worker, which is given its most extensive treatment in Capital and Theories of Surplus Value. The productive worker is he who produces surplus value, that laborer alone is productive, who produces surplus value for the capitalist, and thus works for the self-expansion of capital. 10. Similarly, only that wage labor is productive which produces capital, and only the wage labor which creates more value than it costs is productive. 12. It will immediately be seen that this extends the notion of worker far beyond that of the industrial and factory wage earner. It does so in two ways. Firstly, it covers a large number of people who are not engaged in the industrial process at all, for instance writers, or at least some writers, since, as Marx put it, a writer is a productive laborer not insofar as he produces ideas, but insofar as he enriches the publisher who publishes his works, or if he is a wage laborer for a capitalist. 18. In other words, the definition of what constitutes a productive worker has in this conception nothing to do with what he produces. What matters is whether the worker produces surplus value. 14. The second extension of the notion of productive worker concerns the actual process of production. Marx writes that the characteristic feature of the capitalist mode of production separates the various kinds of labor from each other, therefore also mental and manual labor or kinds of labor in which one or the other predominates and distributes them among different people. This however does not prevent the material product from being the common product of these persons, or their common product embodied in material wealth, any more than on the other hand it prevents or in any way alters the relation of each one of these persons to capital being that of 23. Wage laborer and in this preeminent sense being that of a productive laborer. 16. In Capital, Marx also succinctly notes that in order to labor productively, it is no longer necessary for you to do manual work yourself, enough if you are an organ of the collective laborer, and perform one of its subordinate functions. 18. On this view, it is clear that the working class extends far beyond industrial and manual workers. But this extension also creates certain major difficulties for Marxist sociology and politics. For not only does the designation now cover white-collar workers and service workers of every sort, which is not a major difficulty, it also encompasses many other people as well, for instance managerial staff, executive personnel of high rank and even the topmost layers of capitalist production. We are all working class now may be useful conservative propaganda, but it would be odd to have it legitimate by Marxist concepts, and, more serious, the notion of working class would cease, on this basis, to make possible the differentiations which the class structure of capitalist societies obviously requires. What is needed here is a set of criteria which do make possible these differentiations in this instance between the various aggregates of people who constitute different elements of the collective laborer, and which allow the necessary distinction to be made between the working class elements of the collective laborer and the rest, between, say, the corporation executive and the factory worker. The criteria in question are partly but hardly exhaustively provided by Marx himself when he refers in the above quotation horn capital to those people who perform the subordinate functions of the collective laborer. The notion of subordination is here crucial, though other criteria of differentiation may be linked to it, for instance income and status, and are usually related to it. The working class is therefore that part of the collective laborer which produces surplus value, from a position of subordination, at the lower ends of the income scale, and also at the lower ends of what might be called the scale of regard. This designation does not by any means solve all problems. But neither does any other. One such problem, which is embedded in the notion of class itself, is that of heterogeneity. Like all other classes, the working class is divided into many different strata and by a whole set of differences, which vary according to 25. Time and place, but some of which at least are always present. In the present designation, the main difference would be between industrial wage earners on the one hand and white-collar and service workers on the other, and the latter terms obviously cover a wide variation of occupations and grades. Another such problem, which is a constantly recurring one in the discussion of class, is where to cut off in this instance to decide at what point it is appropriate or necessary to draw the line between the workers just mentioned and the large and growing number of workers who perform a variety of technical, intellectual, supervisory, and managerial tasks. As already noted, these people are indeed part of the collective laborer, but whether they are part of the working class is an open question. The point is far from a mere matter of pedantic denomination. On the contrary, it has important political implications, in terms of political strategy and alliances. As far as classical Marxism is concerned, the working class is basically constituted by industrial wage earners, factory workers, the modem proletariat. For Marx, Engels, Lenin, and their followers, here is the working class, or at least its core. For the purpose of discussing Marxist politics, this will do well enough, provided full account is taken of the many problems which the term presents, precisely in the discussion of politics and such questions as the relation of the working class to its political agencies. The middle strata of the collective laborer must be distinguished from the so-called intermediate strata of capitalist society of which Marx occasionally spoke and which comprise a wide range of people often also described in Marxist usage as the petty bourgeoisie of capitalist society, medium and small businessmen, shopkeepers, self-employed craftsmen and artisans, small and medium farmers, in other words, that vast and diverse array of people who have not been proletarianized, in the sense that they have not become wage and salary earners, and are not therefore part of the collective laborer, even though they do of course fulfill definite economic tasks. In its turn, this petty bourgeoisie must be distinguished from in capita 1, for instance, Marx notes the existence in England of middle and intermediate strata which obliterate lines of demarcation everywhere. 26. The large and growing army of state employees, engaged in administration and in police and military functions on the criteria of classification referred to earlier, these state employees are neither part of the working class nor of the petty bourgeoisie, they are, so to speak, a class apart, whose separateness from other classes is bridged by the factor of ideology, which will be considered presently. To complete this brief enumeration of the main protagonists of class struggle in capitalist society, there remains the capitalist class. This is the class which, for Marx, was so designated by virtue of the fact that it owned and controlled the means of production and of economic activity in general, the great manufacturing, financial and commercial interests of capitalist enterprise. The capitalist class, however, extends well beyond these interests and includes many people who fulfill specific professional and other functions on behalf of these interests, and who are in various ways by virtue of income, status, occupation, kinship, etc. associated with them. It is this variegated totality which is also called the ruling class in Marxist parlance, a concept which needs further discussion. The point has already been made, but needs to be stressed, that the capitalist class or bourgeoisie is infunctional, sociological and in most other terms an heterogeneous class, with many different elements or fractions, and while the development of capitalism has fostered an ever greater interrelationship between different forms of capital, it has by no means obliterated their differences. There are many issues over which the capitalist class as a whole is more or less united, and this unity may assume a more or less solid political expression, and does assume such expression in times of acute class conflict, when the chips are down. But the economic divisions of the class endure, and so do other divisions of various kinds, according to the particular country in question. The importance of these divisions, from a political point of view, is considerable. A second question, which has already been encountered in relation to the working class, arises here too, namely the cut-off point at which the capitalist class ends and the petty bourgeoisie *. This is not the case for state employees who are engaged in the economic activities covered by the public sector, nationalized industries, public services etc., and who obviously are part of the working class. Begins. Marx noted that the stratification of classes does not appear in its pure form 17, and this is certainly true here. Clearly a concept of the capitalist class which covers a small entrepreneur, employing half a dozen workmen and the owner of a corporation employing thousands leaves something to be desired. There is no conclusive answer to the problem, and some degree of arbitrariness in deciding who, in this context, belongs to the capitalist class is inevitable. Much more important is the by now well-worn question of ownership and control, or ownership versus control, and the degree to which capitalism and the notion of a capitalist class have been affected by the coming into being of an ever-growing stratum of managers, controlling the most important units of business life, yet doing so without owning more than a minute fraction of the assets they control, and sometimes not even that. There is no point in rehearsing here the arguments which have been advanced on both sides of the question. My own view of the matter is that managerialism, which had already been noted in its early manifestations by Marx. Is indeed a major and growing feature of advanced capitalism, and that the separation of ownership and control which it betokens when it does betoken it does not affect in any substantial way the rationale and dynamic of capitalist enterprise. Those who manage it are primarily concerned, whatever they may or may not own, with the maximization of long-term profit and the accumulation of capital for their particular enterprise. Ownerless managers are from this point of view practically indistinguishable from owning ones. What matters in both cases are the constraints imposed upon those involved by the imperative and objectively determined requirements of capitalist activity. This being the case, it is perfectly legitimate to speak of a capitalist class, occupying the upper rungs of the economic ladder, whatever its members may own, and controlling the operations of capitalist enterprise. It is the more legitimate to do so in that the ideological and political differences between non-owning controllers and the rest have never been more than negligible, and, even more problematically, the countries of the communist world. As was noted in Chapter I, the gaps and shortcomings which affect the Marxist theorization of capitalist countries are greatly multiplied in relation to these other forms of society, and I can in any case do no more here than make some cursory remarks about the comparisons and contrasts that may be drawn, in the present context, between these societies and advanced capitalist ones. In regard to third world countries, it is clear that class relations are for most of them too the central determinant of their mode of being. But it is equally clear that the classes involved in these relations are in some major ways different or of different importance from those in advanced capitalist societies, and also that, in part because of this and in part for different reasons, the class conflicts engendered by their class relations assume other forms than those encountered in capitalist societies. The development of these countries has been exceedingly distorted by colonialism and external capitalist domination, direct and indirect, and this has been naturally reflected in their economic, social, and political structures. But this also means that Marxism, primarily fashioned in and for a bourgeois/capitalist context has, to say the least, to be adapted to the very different circumstances subsumed under the notion of underdevelopment. One of these different circumstances is that in a large number of these countries, there has existed no strong indigenous class of large-scale capitalists, since the major industrial, extractive, financial, and commercial enterprises are likely to be 30. Mainly owned and controlled by foreign interests. The indigenous capitalist class has often tended to be economically rooted medium and small-scale enterprise, and partially dependent upon the foreign interests implanted in the country. Correspondingly, the working class is relatively small, compared with the population of the countryside, and concentrated on the one hand in a number of large enterprises and dispersed on the in a multitude of small ones. In effect, the mass of the working population is of peasant character, and the main relations of production in these countries tend to be between landlord and peasant, in a multitude of different patterns and connections. But this also means that class conflicts in these economies occur on a very different basis and assume a very different form from those encountered in advanced capitalist countries. This does not mean that Marxist guidelines are inoperative in the analysis of these conflicts. But it does very strongly emphasize the danger of a simple position of the Marxist mode of analysis of advanced capitalist societies to countries whose capitalism is of a very different nature. The same point applies to communist countries, and it may have to be made with even greater force since there has been a fashion in recent years, strongly encouraged by the Chinese communists, to claim that the categories of analysis used for capitalist countries would do quite well for the Soviet Union and East European regimes. These, the claim goes, are entirely capitalist countries, and the differences between them and other capitalist countries are sufficiently indicated by affixing to them the label state capitalist. Their social structure is one where a state bourgeoisie, similar if not identical to the bourgeoisie of Western capitalist countries, exploits and oppresses the working class in the same way as it is oppressed and exploited in classical capitalist countries, and indeed so. This being so, these regimes are equally susceptible to class conflict, and are only able to contain it by ruthless repression. That there is conflict and repression in these societies is no question. Nor is the fact of marked disparities of resources, status and power. What is however very questionable indeed is the notion that it is possible to equate these societies with capitalist ones. These are collectivist societies in which the absence of a class which actually owns the means of economic activity, and in which the question of control of these means poses considerable problems, is sufficient to suggest that any such equation is arbitrary and misleading, an exercise in propaganda rather than analysis. Whether the people in these regimes who are at the top of the pyramid are called a class, an elite, a bureaucracy or whatever, it cannot be analyzed in the terms which are used to analyze the ruling class of either advanced capitalist societies or of underdeveloped ones. Nor can the political systems of these collectivist societies. I propose to take up the subject later, and only wish to note here the existence of the problem which it poses for Marxism, and to reiterate the point that it has so far been very inadequately discussed within the Marxist problematic. For the present, the question to which I want to proceed is that of class consciousness in that problematic. 3. Whether or not a class may only be said properly to exist if it has a certain kind of consciousness, it is clear that the element of consciousness is of crucial importance in political terms, and class consciousness is certainly such an element in Marxist politics. Yet the point has to be made once again that here too there are many more unresolved difficulties than ready usage would suggest. In Marxist language, class consciousness may be taken to mean the consciousness which the members of a class have of its true interests, the notion of true interests being one which itself requires elucidation. The matter is in a sense least complicated in relation to the capitalist class and the bourgeoisie in general. Its true interests presumably consist in the maintenance and defense of capitalism, and its class consciousness is on this score very easy to achieve. As a matter of historical fact, privileged classes have always been perfectly class conscious, at least in this sense. On the other hand, the clear perception of the interests of a class in no way betokens a clear perception of the ways in which these interests may best be defended. Also, as a matter of historical Fact, privileged classes have very often been short-sighted in this respect, and have needed the skills and adroitness of agents acting on their behalf with a sufficient degree of independence to mitigate if not to overcome the short-sightedness of their masters. 18 Also, there is in Marxist terms a sense in which the bourgeoisie is falsely conscious, not because it is unable to perceive its true interests, but because it proclaims and believes that these partial and class interests have a universal and classless character. In the German ideology, Marx and Engels wrote that each new class which puts itself in the place of one ruling before it, is compelled, merely in order to carry through its aim, to represent its interest as the common interest of all the members of society, that is, expressed in ideal form. It has to give its ideas the form of universality, and represent them as the only rational, universally valid ones. In writing thus, Marx and Engels were thinking primarily of the bourgeoisie's struggles against feudal rule, and particularly of the French bourgeoisie's protracted struggles for intellectual as well as economic and political ascendancy under the Ancien regime. Ideology, for Marx and Engels, is precisely the attempt to universalize and give ideal form to what are no more than limited, class-bound ideas and interests. It is in this sense that they use the word ideology pejoratively, as meaning a false representation of reality. At the same time, they did not hold to the vulgar view that this false representation was necessarily deliberate. Deliberate deception does indeed occur, whereby the spokesmen of a dominant class act as the ideologues of that class, and try to persuade the subordinate classes of the universal validity of ideas and principles which these spokesmen know to be partial and class-bound but useful in the maintenance of the given social order. But alongside deliberate deception, there is also much, and perhaps more, of self-deception, in so far as the spokesmen of a dominant class, and those for whom they speak, do deeply believe in the universal truth of the ideas and ideals which they hold, and will therefore fight for them all the more vigorously and, if need be, ferociously. The obvious question which arises here is why the point should not also apply to the working class. In other words, why should the working class be thought of and claimed to be a universal class, whose interests are indistinguishable from those of 33. Society at large, which Marx and Engels did claim to be the case, and which has remained a central Marxist claim ever since. The answer which they gave to that question has many facets and ramifications which need to be examined and followed through, but the basis of it is that the working class is not only the vast majority of the population but that it is also the only class in history whose interests and well-being do not depend on the oppression and exploitation of other classes. All previous historical movements, they said in the Communist Manifesto, tire movements of minorities, or in the interest of minorities. The proletarian movement is the self-conscious, independent movement of the immense majority, in the interest of the immense majority. 20 Indeed, the proletariat, having swept away the old conditions of production, will, along with these conditions, have swept away the conditions for the existence of class antagonisms and of classes generally, and will thereby have abolished its own supremacy as a class. 21 All previous revolutions had by necessity been limited in scope, because of the narrow class interests of those who had made them. By contrast, the communist revolution is the most radical rupture with traditional property relations, and, Marx adds, no wonder that its development involves the most radical rupture with traditional ideas. 22 Related to this, and reinforcing the notion of the working class as a universal class, there is the Marxist view that the working class alone is capable of acting on behalf of the whole of society and remove from it the greatest and weightiest of all impediments to its boundless development, namely the capitalist mode of production. How far some of these claims are themselves tainted with ideology is an interesting and important question. What then is class consciousness in reference to the working class, the class with which Marxists in this context have been mainly concerned? A great deal, in terms of Marxist politics, hinges on the answer to this. In the Marxist perspective, proletarian class consciousness may be taken to mean the achievement of an understanding that the emancipation of the proletariat and the liberation of society require the overthrow of capitalism, and this understanding may also be taken to entail the will to overthrow it. It is in this sense that proletarian class consciousness is also revolutionary consciousness. It is of course possible to invest the notion of revolutionary consciousness with any meaning one chooses, and to argue that no one can be said to be truly or really class conscious who does not subscribe to this or that idea, precept, strategy, party, and whatever else. But it is essential to realize that Marx himself did not define it with any such specificity, and that it did remain for him, as for Engels, a general concept, without any more precise meaning than that suggested above. In fact, it is very striking that Marx and Engels consistently and vigorously dismissed the notion that there was a set of ideas which specifically defined revolutionary consciousness. In the Communist Manifesto, they said that the communists do not set up any sectarian principles of their own, by which to shape and mold the proletarian movement, too registered, and they also insisted that the theoretical conclusions of the communists are in no way based on ideas or principles that have been invented, or discovered, by this or that would-be reformer. Many years later, Marx wrote in the Civil War in France that the working class have no ready-made utopias to introduce par décret du peuple, and even that they have no ideals to realize, but to set free the elements of the new society with which old collapsing bourgeois society itself is pregnant. For soon after, Marx and Engels, in a circular concerning the alleged splits in the International, noted that, while the rules of the International gave to its constituent societies a common object and program, that program was limited to outlining the major features of the proletarian movement, and leaving the details of theory to be worked out as inspired by the demands of the practical struggle, and as growing out of the exchange of ideas among the sections, with an equal hearing given to all socialist views in their journals and congresses. The general point is one of extreme importance. In relation to revolutionary consciousness, it means that, for Marx and Engels at least, the concept did not entail the kind of devout and categorical adherence to given formulas which became the hallmark of later Marxism. Indeed, they never even claimed that the achievement of class consciousness required adherence to something specifically called Marxism. Marx's cast of mind suggests that he would have found the idea rather laughable. Unfortunately, later developments turned the issue into anything but a laughing matter. For the attempt was made from many quarters, and has not ceased to be made, to stipulate exactly what revolutionary consciousness means in terms of convictions on a vast range of questions, and also what convictions on an equally vast range of questions such revolutionary consciousness must exclude. One consequence of this is to turn class consciousness into a catechismal orthodoxy, departure and dissent from which become grave and punishable offenses. Another consequence is to enhance tremendously the role of the keepers of the orthodoxy, namely the party leaders and their appointees. If revolutionary consciousness can be so precisely defined, there must be an authority to define it, and to decide when and in what ways it must be modified. Even the notion of class consciousness as something to be achieved is not free from question-begging connotations. For it suggests a state to be reached, a thing to be appropriated, or at least this is what it may well imply. But in this meaning, it robs the concept of its dynamic nature, deprives it of its character as a process, which is constantly changing, and which is susceptible not only to advance but to regress, and certainly in no way unilinear. In other words, revolutionary consciousness is not some kind of Marxist state of grace which, once achieved, is total and irreversible. It is a certain understanding of the nature of the social order and of what needs to be done about it. As such, it comprises many uncertainties, tensions, contradictions, open questions, and possibilities of error and regression. This at least is how it has always been in reality. These qualifications do not, however, deprive the notion of class consciousness, in its Marxist sense, of considerable and distinctive meaning. For it does after all denote a commitment to the revolutionary transformation of society, an interiorization of the need to achieve that most radical rupture with traditional property relations and traditional ideas of which Marx and Engels spoke in the Communist Manifesto and to which they held throughout. This meaning of class consciousness does not carry in its train specific answers to many questions of great importance to the working class movement. But it does carry certain definite perspectives and establishes certain firm delimitations. No more but no less either. The class with whose class consciousness Marxists, beginning with Marx and Engels, have always been preoccupied is of course the working class, and the latter's relation, so to speak, to class consciousness needs to be considered. But before doing so, it is worth noting that it is not only the proletariat which, in Marxist terms, can achieve class consciousness. Again in the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels said that in times when the class struggle nears the decisive hour, the process of dissolution going on within the ruling class, in fact within the whole range of old society, assumes such a violent, glaring character, that a small section of the ruling class cuts itself adrift, and joins the revolutionary class, the class that holds the future in its hands. A portion of the bourgeoisie goes over to the proletariat, and in particular, a portion of the bourgeois ideologists, who have raised themselves to the level of comprehending theoretically the historical movement as a whole. 25 half a century later, Lenin echoed this in relation to educated representatives of the propertied classes, the intellectuals, and noted that the founders of modern scientific socialism, Marx and Engels, themselves belonged to the bourgeois intelligent SIA. 26 such instances of class betrayal on the part of members of the bourgeoisie, whether intellectuals or not, have been quite common in the history of the working class movements, and many of 37. The leaders of these movements have been of bourgeois origin. But for the present discussion, the more important question is that posed by the class orientations of other classes, notably the middle strata of the collective laborer referred to earlier, and of the petty bourgeoisie. About the latter, Marx and Engels were generally scathing, and their view of the petty bourgeoisie has been endorsed by later Marxists and for that matter confirmed by historical developments. The lower middle class, the small manufacturer, the shopkeeper, the artisan, the peasant, all these fight against the bourgeoisie, said Marx and Engels, but only to save from extinction their existence as fractions of the middle class, and this meant that they are therefore not revolutionary, but conservative. Nay more, they are reactionary for they try to roll back the wheel of history. 41 Summary. Though the characterization may be, it does quite accurately pinpoint the general position adopted by members of the petty bourgeoisies of advanced capitalism. Certainly most of them have been fierce opponents of organized labor, and unwilling allies, but allies nonetheless, of the large-scale capitalist interests which threaten their economic existence. This intermediate class may be wooed and even pacified by a workers' movement, but its members can hardly be expected fundamentally to change a class consciousness which is deeply rooted in their economic and social circumstances, and which sets them at odds with proletarian class consciousness. The issue presents itself very differently in regard to the vast and ever-growing number of people who man the technical, scientific, supervisory, and cultural posts of advanced capitalist societies. This new working class, as it has been called, is sharply pulled in contrary directions. On a variety of economic, social, and cultural criteria, it is markedly differentiated from the traditional working class, and some of its members may have plausible hopes of access to the upper layers of the social pyramid. On the other hand, it has undergone a steady process of proletarianization, insofar as it is a salaried and subordinate part of the collective worker, and it has in recent decades learned the virtues of collective organization and collective action in defense of its sectional interests. Such barriers as do exist to its development of class consciousness are not insuperable, or for that matter particularly high, and this may have very large repercussions indeed on the political plane, since an organic linkage between this part of the collective worker and the rest of the working class is bound to make a considerable difference to the nature and impact of the political organizations of the working class. This is one of the most important open areas of the political sociology of Marxism, and of its politics. But the really big question still remains: why should the working class have or acquire revolutionary class consciousness, the understanding that it must do away with capitalism to emancipate itself and society? Why should it not reject the call to revolution, and seek reform of various kinds within the loose confines of capitalism, in accordance with what Lenin and others after him described as mere trade union consciousness? These questions are the more relevant since the working class has, or so it is claimed, generally chosen this second path and resolutely refused to act out the revolutionary role assigned to it by Marxism. An early answer to this kind of question was given by Marx in his introduction to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right. Discussing the inability of the German bourgeoisie to make a thoroughgoing revolution, Marx asked, where is the positive possibility of German emancipation, and he goes on to say that the answer lies in the formation of a class with radical chains, class of civil society which is not a class of civil society, a class which is the dissolution of all classes, a sphere which has a universal character because of its universal suffering and which lays claim to no particular right because the wrong it suffers is not a particular wrong but wrong in general. 27 That class, he said, was the proletariat. As if to anticipate later developments and objections, Marx and Engels also wrote in the Holy Family that the question is not what this or that proletarian, or even the whole of the proletariat at the moment considers as its aim. The question is what the proletariat is, and what, consequent on that being, it will he compelled to do. Its an historical action is irrevocable and obviously demonstrate in its own life situation as well as in the whole organization of bourgeois society today. 28. Marx's early formulations of the role and the ambition of the proletariat as an agent of emancipation do undoubtedly have a fairly heavy Hegelian imprint, with the proletariat almost occupying in the unfolding of history the role which Hegel assigned to the idea. But even in these early formulations, there is in Marx and Engels a concept of the proletariat as destined to become a revolutionary class because revolution is its only means of deliverance from the oppression, exploitation, and alienation which existing society imposes upon it. These features of existing society are inherent to it, an intrinsic part of this social order, and can therefore only be got rid of by the disappearance of the social order itself. From this point of view, the proletariat's role is not determined by any extra historical agency, it is determined by the nature of capitalism and by the concrete conditions which it imposes upon the working class and upon society at large. Against this, it has often been argued that conditions have greatly changed over time, and that Marxists, beginning with Marx, have always had too strong a tendency to underestimate the capacity of capitalism to assimilate far-reaching reforms in every area of life. However true this may be, it misses the real argument, which is that capitalism, however many and varied the reforms it can assimilate, is unable to do without exploitation, oppression, and dehumanization, and that it cannot create the truly human environment for which it has itself produced the material conditions. This, on the other hand, leaves unanswered the objection that the working class has not, over a period of 100 years and more, developed the class consciousness which Marxists have expected of it and turned itself into a revolutionary class. This needs to be looked at more closely, since it relates to the meaning of class consciousness as it concerns the working class. One fairly common element of confusion in this discussion is the equation of revolutionary consciousness with the will to insurrection, the absence of such a will in the working class being automatically deemed to demonstrate a lack of class consciousness. But this is precisely the kind of arbitrary designation of what does not specifically constitute such consciousness, which Marx never sought to lay down. It may well be that class consciousness and revolutionary consciousness must 40 Marxism and politics eventually come to encompass a will to insurrection, and Marx himself, without being dogmatic about it, and while allowing for some possible exceptions, did believe that the abolition of capitalism would require its violent overthrow. But the will to insurrection which this would entail must be seen as the ultimate extension of revolutionary consciousness, as its final strategic manifestation, produced by specific and for the most part unforeseeable circumstances. That the working class has only seldom, and in some countries never, manifested much of a will to insurrection is not in Marxist terms a decisive demonstration of a lack of class consciousness. nor for that matter is the pursuit of specific and partial reforms within the ambit of capitalism and through the constitutional and political mechanisms of bourgeois regimes. Marx himself vigorously supported the pursuit of such reforms, and it may be recalled that, in the inaugural address of the First International, which he wrote in 1864, he hailed one such reform, the 10 Hours Bill, as not only a great practical success but as the victory of a principle. It was the first time that in broad daylight the political economy of the middle class succumbed to the political economy of the working class. Point 4 Registered N or DID Engels have the slightest difficulty in giving H's support to the parliamentary, electoral, and quite reformist endeavors of the German Social Democratic Party, notwithstanding certain reservations, and even these should not be exaggerated. Point 30 As for Lenin, his whole work is permeated by firm approval for the struggle for partial reforms of every sort, including the most modest economic reforms, and so is his work peppered with contemptuous denunciations of the all-or-nothing approach to the revolutionary struggle, culminating in left-wing communism and infantile disorder of 1920. The question is not one of support for reforms. To designate such support as an example of false consciousness is as arbitrary as the equation of false consciousness with the absence of a will to insurrection. The real issue is the perspective from which reforms are viewed, what they are expected to achieve, and what else than reforms is being pursued. What Lenin called trade union consciousness, and which he counterposed to revolutionary consciousness, was a perspective which did not go beyond the achievement of partial reforms and was content to seek the amelioration and not the abolition of capitalism. 41. Marxists have always believed that the working class would eventually want to go beyond partial reforms inside the system, that it would, in other words, come to acquire the class consciousness needed to want a thoroughgoing, revolutionary transformation of capitalist society into an entirely differently based and differently motivated system. In some meanings of class consciousness and of revolutionary consciousness, this hope might well amount to what C. Wright Mills scathingly called a labor metaphysic, grounded in nothing more than faith. But in the meaning which it had for Marx and Engels, this is not what it amounts to. It simply derives from the conviction that the working class, confronted with the shortcomings, depredations, and contradictions of capitalism, would want to get rid of it, in favor of a system which, as Marx put it, transformed the means of production, land and capital, now chiefly the means of enslaving and exploiting labor, into mere instruments of free and associated labor. 31 These propositions leave open many questions, but there is no labor metaphysic about it, so little, indeed. In the case of Lenin, that he bluntly said in 1902 that the working class, exclusively by its own effort, is able to develop only trade union consciousness. 33 This too has very large implications for Marxist politics. But it may be said at this stage that a strict reading of the record, both of capitalism and of the working class, suggests that the expectation of a growing development in the working class of a will for radical change is not in the least unreasonable or metaphysical. Neither Marx nor any of the classical Marxist writers had any illusion about the massive obstacles which the working class would have to overcome on the way to acquiring this class consciousness, and about the difficulties that there would be in breaking through the fog of what Gramsci called the common sense of the epoch. They knew well, as Marx put it in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte of 1852, that the tradition of the dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the minds of the living. 33 And that enormous efforts would be taken by those in whose interest it was to do so to make the weight heavier still. I now propose to discuss the nature of the obstacles which obstruct and retard the acquisition of class consciousness by the working class. 3. The defense of the old order. In the last chapter, I noted that the classical Marxist writers had been well aware of the importance of tradition in shaping the consciousness of the working class, in shaping it, of course, in ways which made much more difficult a radical rupture with the established order. But it is also necessary to note that classical Marxism did not really make very much of this phenomenon, and that, with the signal exception of Gramsci, it did not seriously try to theorize, or even to identify, the many different ways in which the shaping of consciousness contributed to the stabilization and legitimation of capitalism. This neglect may be related to that of political theory, which was discussed in the introduction, and as in the case of political theory, the neglect was further accentuated in subsequent years by the kind of Marxism which Stalinism produced and was able to impose. This Marxism had a very pronounced tendency to provide whatever answer to any given question was most convenient to the people in power, which did not encourage the serious probing of difficult and often uncomfortable questions. As a result, Marxism as a theory of domination remained poorly worked out. It was presented with the very large question of why capitalism was able to maintain itself, despite the crises and contradictions by which it was beset, and it tended to return a series of answers which were manifestly inadequate. In particular, it relied on an explanation based upon the Marxist view of the state as an instrument of capitalist coercion and repression. But coercion and repression could not possibly, in the case of many if not most of these regimes, explain why they endured. Nor did a second main line of explanation serve the purpose, namely betrayal by reformist labor leaders, since this left whole the question why the working class allowed itself so regularly and so blatantly to be betrayed. The notions of state coercion and repression, and of betrayal, are not wrong, but they need to be integrated into a wider theory. The defense of the old order, I-45 of domination, comprising both infrastructural and superstructural elements. These elements can mostly be found various parts of the corpus of Marxist writing, but have never been properly integrated. Until they are, a Marxist theory of politics will remain seriously deficient. The present chapter does not of course purport to fill the gap, but only to indicate some of the major ways in which the established order achieves legitimation. Tradition is not a monolith. On the contrary, it always consists of a large and diverse accumulation of customary ways of thought and action. In other words, there is not in any society one tradition but many, some of them are more congruent with others, some less. Thus, to take an instance which has direct relevance in the present context, there is in most societies a tradition of dissent as well as a tradition of conformity, or several of each. Traditional ways are never uniformly conservative. But from a Marxist point of view, this polymorphous nature of tradition is not particularly helpful. For however many forms it may assume, none of them is likely to afford a very helpful path to Marxist thought and to the revolutionary project which it proclaims. The Marxist notion of a most radical rupture with traditional ideas, however attenuated it may be, signifies a break with all forms of tradition, and must expect to encounter the latter not as friend but as foe. In this respect, the perpetuation of capitalism for well over a century after Marx and Engels began to write about it has produced an ironical twist in the story. One of the most important features of capitalism on which they fastened was precisely the universal uprooting of all aspects of life for which it was responsible. It is with something approaching exultation that they wrote in the Communist Manifesto that constant revolutionizing of production, uninterrupted disturbance of all social conditions, everlasting uncertainty and agitation distinguish the bourgeois epoch from all earlier ones. All fixed, fast-frozen relations, with their train of ancient and venerable prejudices and opinions, are swept away, all new-formed ones become antiquated before they can ossify. All that is solid melts into air, all that is holy is profaned, and man is at last compelled to face with sober senses, his real conditions of life, and his relations with his kind. The clear message is of an irresistible movement, sweeping everything before it, including before long the forces which had set it going. In actual fact, the uprooting of tradition was not quite as thorough as Marx and Engels had claimed it to be, nor in any case were its consequences nearly as dramatic as they suggest. Furthermore, capitalism soon came to create, and has not ceased to reinforce, its own traditions, which were fused with or superimposed upon what remained of the older ones, and a lot did. It was only a few years after the Manifesto that Marx, in the aftermath of the defeats of 1848, wrote of tradition weighing like a mountain upon the minds of the living, and of men making their own history not as they choose but under the given and inherited circumstances with which they are directly confronted. This was to be a recurrent theme with him. Indeed, we find in Capital two very different views of the impact of capitalist production itself and the working class. In the first of these, capitalist production develops a working class, which, by education, tradition, habit, looks and the conditions of that mode of production as self-evident laws of nature. The dull compulsion of economic relations complete the subjection of the laborer to the capitalist. 8. And this process is much enhanced by the very nature of the capitalist mode of production which, much more than its predecessors, veils and mystifies the exploitative nature of its relations of production by making them appear as a matter of free, unfettered, and equal exchange. The point is crucially important in the Marxist view of capitalist society and of its politics, and must be taken a little further. There is an extremely strong sense in Marx of the falsity of perception which is woven into the tissue of capitalist society, the disjunction between appearance and reality, form and substance. In Capital, Marx writes as follows. Revs. p. 70. Note also, in the same vein, Marx's famous description of England's impact upon India, which separates Hindustan, ruled by Britain, from all its ancient traditions, and from the whole of its past history, and which produced the greatest, and, to speak the truth, the only social revolution ever heard of in Asia, pages 16-19. If, as the reader will have realized to his great dismay, the analysis of the actual intrinsic relations of the capitalist process of production is a very complicated matter and very extensive, if it is a work of science to resolve the merely external movement into the true intrinsic movement, it is self-evident that conceptions which arise about the laws of production in the minds of agents of capitalist production and circulation will diverge drastically from these real laws and will merely be the conscious expression of the visible movements. 3 Marx then goes on to say that the conceptions of the merchant, stockbroker, and banker, are necessarily quite distorted. As for manufacturers, competition likewise assumes a completely distorted role in their minds. 4 But this distortion also occurs in a generalized form in the production of commodities, and engenders what Marx, in a famous section of Capital, called the fetishism of commodities, and this fetishism obviously affects those who produce the commodities, namely the workers. A commodity, Marx said, was a mysterious thing, simply because in it the social character of men's labor appears to them as an objective character stamped upon the product of that labor, because the relation of the producers to the sum total of their own labor is presented to them as a social relation, existing not between themselves, but between the products of their labor. It is a definite social relation between men, that assumes, in their eyes, the fantastic form of a relation between things. 5 In the Grundriss, Marx had made the same point, in a more general form still, with reference to the circulation of commodities produced as exchange values, the social relations of individuals to one another as a power over the individuals which has become autonomous, whether conceived as a natural force, as chance, or in whatever other form, is a necessary result of the fact that the point of departure is not the free social individual. It is thus the capitalist system of production itself which also produces mystification as to the real nature of its relations of production. This mystification is then further enhanced by intellectuals of one sort or another, and this incidentally indicates the role which revolutionary intellectuals should play, namely in helping to demystify capitalist reality. There is, however, another view of the impact of capitalism in Marx. For he also believed that the working class becomes ever more disciplined, united, organized by the very mechanism of the process of capitalist production itself, and that this must ultimately lead to a situation where the expropriators are expropriated. 7 These statements do not really contradict each other, they simply reflect different and contradictory facets of a complex reality, in which the opposing forces of tradition and actuality on the one hand, and of change on the other, do constant battle for the consciousness of the working class. From that battle, neither of these forces can emerge totally victorious, or totally secure in such victories as they may achieve. Tradition can never be completely paralyzing, but neither can it be rapidly overcome. The problem, for victorious revolutions, is to prevent tradition from corroding them and ultimately defeating them from within. To topple a regime is seldom easy and is often very difficult indeed. But it is nevertheless easier to do so and to proclaim a new social order than actually to bring one into being. This is the point at which Lenin and Mao Zedong meet in a common awareness that the revolution each led was under threat from the most deeply ingrained traditions of thought and behavior. Lenin's last years were overshadowed by that awareness, and illness and death cut short whatever attempt he might have made to do more about it. Mao Zedong was more fortunate, but to what extent is far from clear. At any rate, the enduring and pervasive importance of traditional ways, in a multitude of areas, is not in doubt, even in circumstances of very rapid economic, social, and political change. Some of these ways are so deeply woven into the texture of life that they can survive more or less indefinitely without visible means of support and under conditions of extreme adversity. Two obvious cases in point are persecuted religious creeds and suppressed national sentiments. But for the most part, traditions are sustained and mediated by a network of particular institutions, which are actively involved in the performance of a process of transmission, institutions such as the family, schools, the mass media, and so on. It might be added that no reasonable government would seek to obliterate all traditions. The notion is both absurd and abhorrent. The churches were the first mass media in history, and the message they made it their business to transmit has generally tended to preach acceptance and obedience rather than questioning and rebellion. This is too summary. 48 Marxism and politics for what is a complex and tortuous history, but it undoubtedly holds as a generalization. At any rate, Marxism, from the earliest days, has had a consistent record of opposition to religion and the churches, and this has been richly reciprocated by the latter. It was in the introduction to his critique of Hegel's philosophy of right that Marx made the famous statement that religion is the opium of the people, a phrase which does not begin to do justice to the many different grounds of Marx's and Engels's opposition to religion and to their understanding of it as an historical fact, but which serves well enough to indicate what is in effect their paramount objection to it, namely that it stands as an obstacle to a proper appreciation by the working class of what is really wrong with the world it inhabits, so that the abolition of religion as the illusory happiness of the people is a demand for their true happiness. The critique of religion disillusions man so that he will think, act, and fashion his reality as a man who has lost his illusions and regained his reason, so that he will revolve about himself as his own true Sunday 10. The formulation is very much an early Marx one, but the general sentiment remains at the core of the Marxist view of religion. So essentially does the view expressed in the Communist Manifesto that the parson has ever gone hand in hand with the landlord. 11 Marx and Engels were equally scathing about the early forms of Christian socialism they encountered. But earnest attempts have been made over the years, and particularly in more recent times, to attempt a reconciliation between Christianity and Marxism by way of some kind of syncretic humanism. The results of these endeavors seem to have been philosophically and politically exceedingly thin. The question has of course nothing to do with the attempts of communist regimes, particularly in Eastern Europe, to bring to an end their Kulturkampf with the churches and to find some mode of understanding with them. A substantial part of Gramsci's concern with popular culture and with the degree to which it was permeated by a conservative common sense had to do with the hold of religion upon the people, and with the need for Marxists to diffuse their own alternative common sense as part of the battle for hegemony. Religion was by no means the only part of the superstructure with which he was concerned, but it was this which, in relation to popular culture, preoccupied him most, which is hardly surprising in the Italian context of the first decades of the 20th century. On the other hand, the notion of religion as the main ideological line of defense or of attack, which is here the same thing of the conservative forces in class society, clearly does not accord with the ever greater secular nature of this kind of society. Whether the religious opium was ever as potent as it was declared to be in the first half of the 19th century is a question that cannot be answered in general, the impact of religion was obviously much greater on some parts of the people than on others, depending on many different factors. But in any case, religion in advanced capitalist countries must now be reckoned, with obvious exceptions, to be one of the less effective forces which shape working-class consciousness, and certainly less than a good many others. It is not my purpose here to discuss these forces in any detail, but only to indicate how they are, or might be, viewed in a Marxist perspective. The qualification is required because of the dearth of sustained Marxist work in analyzing and exposing the meanings and messages pervade in the cultural output produced for mass consumption in, say, the 30-odd years since the end of World War, not to speak of the virtual absence of such work in the years preceding it. Gramsci was exceptional in his stress on the importance that must be attached to every artifact of this production, however trivial, and in his insistence that the struggle for hegemony must be waged at every level, and include every single level of the superstructure. The key text on this whole issue was provided by Marx and Engels in the German Ideology, which was written in 1845-6, but which was only published in 1932. In a section entitled Concerning the Production of Consciousness, they wrote that the ideas of the ruling class are in every epoch the ruling ideas, i.e., the class, which is the ruling material force of society, is the samitimi its ruling intellectual force. The class which has the means of material production at its disposal, has control at the samitimi over the means of mental production, so that thereby, generally speaking, the ideas of those who lack the means of mental production are subject to it. 18 For a remarkable example of such analysis, see George Orwell's essay on the reactionary values of boys' magazines in Britain, Boys' Weeklies, in G. Orwell, Collected Essays, Journalism and Letters, Volume I. The essay was written in 1939. 50 The defense of the old order, I-51. As will be argued presently, these formulations now need to be amended in certain respects. But there is at least one respect in which the text remains remarkably fresh, and to 1q the dominant features of life in advanced capitalist societies, namely the fact that the largest part of what is produced in the cultural domain in these societies is produced by capitalists, and is also therefore quite naturally intended to help, one way and another, in the defense of capitalism. The point may be put quite simply: whatever else the immense output of the mass media is intended to achieve, is also intended to help prevent the development of class consciousness in the working class, and to reduce as much as possible any hankering it might have for a radical alternative to capitalism. The ways in which this is attempted are endlessly different, and the degree of success achieved varies considerably from country to country, and from one period to another there are other influences at work. But the fact remains that the class which has the means of material production at its disposal does have control at the same time of the means of mental production, and that it does seek to use them for the weakening of opposition to the established order. Nor is the point much affected by the fact that the state in almost all capitalist countries owns the radio and television. Its purpose is identical, namely the weakening of opposition to the established order. There is absolutely nothing remarkable about all this. The only remarkable thing is that the reality of the matter should be so befogged, and that Marxists should not have done more to pierce the fog which surrounds what is after all a vital aspect of the battle in which they are engaged. Nor is that battle for consciousness only waged in terms of traditions and communications. It has other facets which come under neither of these rubrics. One of the most important of these is the work process itself, to which Marx devoted some of his most searing pages. See for instance his denunciation of a system of division of labor which seizes labor power by its very roots and converts the laborer into a crippled monstrosity, by forcing his detailed dexterity at the expense of a world of productive capabilities and instincts. Division of labor is one major aspect of the work process. Divisions within the working class, related to the division of labor, are another aspect of it. These concern skills, function, pay, conditions, status, and they add further to the erosion of class solidarity. Also, capitalist relations of production are strongly hierarchical, not to say authoritarian, and subordination at work forms an important and diffuse but complex and contradictory element of working-class culture, going far beyond the work process. Its existence as a daily fact breeds frustrations which seek compensation and release in many different ways, most of them by no means conducive to the development of class consciousness. One of these ways is undoubtedly sport, or rather spectator and commercialized sport, some forms of which have assumed a central place in working-class life. For instance, vast numbers of people in the countries of advanced capitalism turn out on Saturdays and Sundays to watch soccer being played. Most of them are members of the working class, and so, in social origin, are the players, trainers, and managers. There is no other form of public activity which is capable of attracting even a fraction of those who attend football matches week in week out. A very large number of the people concerned are deeply involved, intellectually and emotionally, in the game, the players, and one or other club, and their involvement, with all that informs and surrounds it, constitutes a sport culture which is an important part of the general culture. With this or that variation, this is a major modem phenomenon, which radio and television have greatly helped to foster. The sport culture of capitalist countries, like every other mass activity, is big business for the various industries associated with sport, from sports gear and the pools industry to advertising. This is a very strong reason for the encouragement of its development by business. But whether by design or not, there is an important amount of what might be described as cultural fallout from the sports industry and spectator involvement. The nature of this fall is not quite as obviously negative as Marxists are often tempted to assume. The subject lends itself to simplistic and sounding attitudes, which are often overcompensated by hardy demagogic populist ones. In fact, the sport culture deserves, from the point of view of the making and unmaking of class consciousness, much more attention than it has received. The elaboration of a Marxist sociology of sport may not be the most urgent of theoretical tasks, but it is not the most negligible of tasks either. The easiest assumption to make is that working class involvement in sport as spectacle in the context of capitalism is most likely further to discourage the development of class consciousness. But this is a bit too simple. For it rests on the antecedent assumption that a deep interest in the fortunes of, say, Leeds United Football Club is incompatible with militant trade unionism and the pursuit of the class struggle. This does not seem a priori reasonable and is belied by much evidence to the contrary, and to murmur bread and circuses is no substitute for serious thinking upon the matter. What may well be advanced in relation to sport and the sport culture in capitalist countries is that it is very strongly pervaded by commercialism and money values, that this is very generally accepted and unquestioned as a natural part of the life of sport, and that it is also likely to strengthen an acceptance of social life in general as being naturally and inevitably pervaded by commercialism and money values. In this sense, it may well be that the sport culture does help to block off the perception of a mode of social existence which is not thus pervaded. But how important this is in the total production of culture in these societies is a matter for surmise. The formulations from the German ideology which were quoted earlier have a serious defect in relation to present-day conditions, and indeed to earlier ones as well, and this defect is also shared by the Gramscian concept of hegemony, or at least by some interpretations of it. What is involved is an overstatement of the ideological predominance of the ruling class, or of the effectiveness of that predominance. As I have noted earlier, it is at least as true now as it was when the words were written that the class which has the means of material production at its disposal has control at the same time over the means of mental production. But it is only partially true, and the variations are considerable from country to country that thereby, generally speaking, the ideas of those who lack the means of mental production are subject to it. The danger of this formulation, as of the notion of hegemony, is that it may lead to quite inadequate account being taken of the many-sided and permanent challenge which is directed at the ideological predominance of the ruling class, and of the fact that this challenge, notwithstanding all difficulties and disadvantages, produces a steady erosion of that predominance. A useful historical illustration of this process may be found in the ideological battle conducted in the 18th century against the Ancien regime. The changes which occurred in the ideological climate of the Ancien regime from year to year were almost imperceptible, but the difference between 1715, the year of the death of Louis, and, say, 1775, is very great indeed. There are many closely related reasons for this, but one of them is the ideological battle that was conducted by a host of individuals, great and small, against the hegemony represented by the Ancien regime. It is they who form the human link between infrastructure and superstructure. On an enormously larger canvas, an ideological battle against bourgeois hegemony has been proceeding for 150 years and more, and even if only the relatively short span of the last 50 years is taken into account, it is obvious that, notwithstanding the dreadful battering to which it has been subjected, not least from its own side, what may for brevity's sake be called the socialist idea has vastly grown in strength in this period, immeasurably so in terms of its extension to every part of the globe, and also in the extent and depth of its penetration in the countries of advanced capitalism. However, much more slowly and tortuously than he could ever have anticipated, Marx's old mole has continued to burrow, so much so that the real question is progressively coming to be what kind of socialism. 54. Towards which it is burrowing, and, as a related question, how is to be realized. At any rate, the discussion of hegemony and class consciousness more than ever requires the inclusion of the concept of a battle being fought on many different fronts and on the basis of the tensions and contradictions which are present in the actual structures or work and of life in general in capitalism as a social formation. The manifestations of that battle are endlessly diverse, but the fact is that it does occur. The ideological terrain is by no means wholly occupied by the ideas of the ruling class, it is highly contested territory. In capitalist societies with bourgeois democratic regimes, ideological struggles are mainly waged in and through institutions which are not part of the state system. This point has in recent years been contracted over by Louis Althusser and others who have opposed to it Althusser's notion of ideological state apparatuses, according to which a vast number of institutions involved in one way or another in the dissemination of ideology are not only ideological apparatuses but state ideological apparatuses, which must be distinguished from the repressive state apparatus. Althusser lists these ideological state apparatuses as the religious ISA, the educational ISA, the family ISA, the legal ISA, the political ISA, the trade union ISA, the communications ISA, the cultural ISA exercises in order to maintain and defend its predominance in civil society. This class power is exercised through many institutions and agencies. Some of these are primarily designed for the purpose, e.g. political parties of the dominant class, interest and pressure groups, etc. Others may not be specifically designed for the purpose, yet may serve it, e.g. churches, schools, the family. But whether designed for the purpose or not, they are the institutions and agencies through which the dominant class seeks to assure its hegemony. This class power is generally challenged by a counter-power, that of the subordinate classes, often through the same institutions, and also through different ones. Instances of the former case are the family, schools, and churches, and of the latter, parties of the working class and trade unions. That some institutions are used by opposite classes simply means that these institutions are not monolithic but that on the contrary they are themselves arenas of class conflict, and some institutions which are designed to further class power may well play another role as well, for instance that of routinizing, stabilizing, and limiting class conflict. But this too only shows that institutions may assume different roles than those for which they were brought into being, and may have other effects than those which they were intended to have. The important point, however, is that the class power of the dominant class is not exercised, in some important respects, by state action but by class action, at least in bourgeois democratic regimes, and in a number of other forms of capitalist regimes as well. Of course, there are other, crucial respects, in which that power is exercised through the agency of the state, and the state is in all respects the ultimate sanctioning agency of class power. But these are different issues. I am concerned to point here to the fact that the dominant class, under the protection of the state, has vast resources, immeasurably greater than the resources of the subordinate classes, to bring its own weight to bear on civil society. The following quotation from Marx's Class Struggles in France provides a good illustration of the meaning of class power. Writing about the election campaign of the Party of Order * in 1849, Marx notes, the Party of Order had enormous financial resources at its disposal, it had organized branches throughout France, it had all the ideologists of the old society in its pay, it had the influence of the existing government power at its disposal, it possessed an army of unpaid vassals in the mask of the petty bourgeoisie and peasants, who, still separated from the revolutionary movement, found in the high dignitaries of property the natural representatives of their petty property and their petty prejudices. Represented throughout the country by innumerable petty monarchs, the Party of Order could punish the rejection of its candidates as insurrection, and could dismiss rebellious workers, recalcitrant farm laborers, servants, clerks, railway officials, registrars and all the functionaries who are its social subordinates. 13 Clearly, much of this would now have to be amended, extended, or qualified, and much that is more modern by way of resources would have to be added, but the basic conception remains valid and important about this kind of capitalist regime, as opposed to other kinds, where class power is mainly or mostly exercised by way of the state. The extreme example of class power in capitalist society being taken over and exercised by the state is fascism and Nazism, with other forms and degrees of authoritarian rule in between. In periods of acute social crisis and conflict, class power does tend to be taken over by the state itself, and indeed gladly surrenders to it, and it may well be argued that, even in the normal circumstances of advanced capitalism, the state takes over more and more of the functions hitherto performed by the dominant class, or at least takes a greater share in the performance of these functions than was the case in previous periods. I am not here referring to state intervention in the economy, where this is obviously true. 14 But rather to the shaping of consciousness. The enormous advances in communication techniques have in any case tempted governments to use these techniques in order to try and influence public opinion, and to intervene much more directly in the shaping of consciousness. This is done both positively and negatively. Positively in the sense that there now exists a governmental and state communications industry, which actually disseminates or influences the dissemination of news, views, opinions, and perspectives, and negatively insofar as governments try as best they can to prevent the dissemination of news, views etc. which they consider unhelpful. The range of means and techniques for doing this varies from country to country, but is everywhere formidable. This communications industry run by the state does not produce any kind of commodity. Its range of products, unlike its range of means and techniques, is fairly narrow, in ideological terms, and the products quite naturally bear mostly a conformist and helpful label. Helpful, that is, to the maintenance of stable ity, the discrediting of dangerous thoughts and the defense of things as they are. The state is now in the consciousness industry in a big way, and thus plays its role in a permanent battle of ideas which is a crucial element of class conflict. Even so, and even if the process of statization is taken fully into account, as it obviously must be, there is absolutely no warrant for speaking of state ideological apparatuses in regard to institutions which, in bourgeois democratic societies, are not part of the state, and much which is important about the life of these societies is lost in the obliteration of the distinction between ideological apparatuses which are mainly the product of civil society and those which are the product and part of the state apparatus. The point, it may be added, does not only bear on capitalist societies, it has large implications for the way in which ideological apparatuses are viewed in relation to a future socialist society, their connection to and independence from the state, and so on. As Althusser might say, these are not innocent discussions. 2. If it is agreed that a crucially important battle for consciousness is waged, or occurs, day in day out in capitalist societies, it also follows that a great deal of importance must be attributed to those people who play the main part in articulating and giving expression to the terms of that battle: intellectuals. Intellectual is a notoriously difficult designation. Gramsci noted that all men were in a way intellectuals. In any physical work, even the most degraded and mechanical, he wrote, there exists a minimum of technical qualification, that is, a minimum of creative intellectual activity. 16 And, rather more positively, there is no human activity from which every form of intellectual participation can be excluded. Homo faber cannot be separated from Homo sapiens. Each man, finally, outside his professional activity, carries on some form of intellectual activity, that is, he is a philosopher, an artist, a man of taste, he participates in a particular conception of the world, has a conscious line of moral conduct, and therefore contributes to sustain a conception of the world or to modify it, that is, to bring it being new modes of thought. Point 1 Registered. This is broadly speaking true and points to the fact everyone, in his daily life and utterances, does mediate social reality for other people and thereby helps, in however small a way, to shape the character of that reality. But Gramsci also observed that though all men might in some sense be said to be intellectuals, not all men have in society the function intellectuals. Point 17 As for that function, he defined it as being twofold, organizational and connective. The intellectuals are the dominant groups deputies exercising the subaltern function of social hegemony and political government, in other words, as involving two major superstructural levels, one of these being organization of hegemony and the second being the organization of political functions. Point 18 This way of posing the problem, Gramsci said, has as a considerable extension of the concept of intellectual, but it is the only way which enables one to reach a concrete approximation of reality. 1 This is not particularly convincing, and it would seem rather less confusing, without any loss. To confine the notion of intellectual to the first of Gramsci's two categories and level *, namely to the cultural ideological domain *, this is how Mann and Engels saw it. In the German ideology, and they spoke of a division of labor in the ruling class, so that inside this class one part appears as the thinkers of the class, while others' attitude to these ideas and illusions is more passive and receptive, because they are in reality the active members of this class. Have less time to make up illusions and ideas about themselves. Point 10. The general view expressed here is that intellectuals/ideologists are mainly the deputies of the ruling class, in Gramsci's formula. Marx's own resounding phrase in Capital about economists was that the latter had, after the heyday of political economy, turned themselves into the hired prize fighters of the bourgeoisie. 21 And this is obviously capable of application to intellectuals and ideologists other than economists. Gramsci so-called intellectuals the managers of legitimation, which fixes their role in this perspective with adequate precision, for it is indeed the management, fostering, and consolidation of the legitimacy of the existing social order that most intellectuals have in one way or another been about. The impression has often been pervaded in this century that intellectuals were for those journalists or men of letters who were dreyfusards and who subversively attacked sacred institutions such as the French army and cast doubt on its honor. The Marxist assessment is the more realistic one. The majority of those who could properly be called intellectuals in bourgeois society, not to speak of professional people of one sort or another, lawyers, architects, accountants, doctors, scientists, etc., have been the managers of legitimation of their society. Nor have they been the less such because they were for the most part unaware that this was the role they were performing. In other words, they not only propagated but shared to the full in of them might be particularly prone to go over to the proletariat in times crisis, they would do so because they had raised themselves to the level of comprehending theoretically the historical move, and as a whole. 88 Marx and Engels also noted that these sections of the bourgeoisie that were proletarianized old supply the proletariat with fresh elements of enlightenment and, Progress 24 and the point would presumably apply with particular force to ideologists, but this is no more than a presumption. Marx and Engels attributed no special role to the intellectuals cum ideologists who had gone over to the proletariat. By the end of the 19th century, however, there were many such intellectuals occupying positions of influence in mass working class parties, to the point of forming, so to speak, their own informal international inside the Second International which had been formed in 1889. The question of intellectuals and their relation to the working class movement had now assumed a much greater importance than it had ever had for Marx, and it was about them that Karl Kosky wrote at the turn of the century what Lenin described in What is to be done? As the following profoundly true and important words. Socialism and the class struggle arise side by side and not one out of the other, each arises under different conditions. Modum socialist consciousness can arise only on the basis of profound scientific knowledge. The vehicle of science is not the proletariat but the Borgian intelligentsia. It was in the minds of individual members of this stratum that modern socialism originated, and it was they who communicated it to the more intellectually developed proletarians who to their turn, introduce it into the proletarian class struggle where conditions allow that to be done. Thus, socialist consciousness is something introduced into the proletarian class struggle from without, and not something that arose within it spontaneously. 25 There is more than a faint echo of these profoundly true and important words in Lenin's own insistence that the theory of socialism grew out of the philosophic, historical, and economic theories elaborated by the educated representatives of the propertied classes, by intellectuals. Even so, the similarities with Kosky are misleading. For Lenin had a poor view of intellectuals, not excluding Marxist ones. He was perfectly willing to acknowledge the debt which the development of socialist theory owed to bourgeois intellectuals. But he was exceedingly critical of what he saw as the intellectuals' flabbiness, individualism, lack of capacity for discipline and organization, tendency to reformism and opportunism, and so forth. He was also given to contrast their uncertain and vacillating commitment to the revolutionary movement with the sturdier and more reliable attitude of revolutionary workers. This is a workerist tendency which has to a greater or lesser degree affected most Marxist writing and thinking. In Lenin's vision of the dictatorship of the proletariat, as expressed for instance in the State and Revolution on the eve of the Bolshevik seizure of power, it is the working class which fills the stage. Together with peasants and soldiers, experts are expected to serve the revolution under the watchful eye of the people. Nor was his perspective different after the Bolshevik seizure of power. Insofar as intellectuals played a role in the leadership of the revolution, and a large number of them, in the Bolshevik party, they did so not as intellectuals but, precisely, as members of the party. Whatever Lenin thought of the merits of bourgeois intellectuals in an earlier epoch of socialist development, it is as members of the party and through its mediation that he saw later generations of intellectuals involved in the service of the workers' cause. This notion is further extended and articulated by Gramsci, for whom the emergence of a class of intellectuals belonging to the working class was a matter of the first importance. In its hegemony, the working class must produce its own intellectuals, and it is indeed one of the prime tasks of the revolution's party to form such organic intellectuals of the working class. These intellectuals play a major role in the formulation and implantation of a new common sense. But they play that role as members of a party which is itself the directing center of FLE revolutionary movement, the modern prince, who is also collective intellectual of the working class. Here too it is revolutionary party which performs the crucial task of bringing together and fusing in a common endeavor the working class, and its intellectuals. These and similar formulations do very little to resolve the real problems involved in the relation of intellectuals to the revolutionary movement, and this relation is in fact a major point of tension in Marxist theory, or at least in Marxist theory after Marx, and it has been a major point of tension, to put mildly, in communist practice. Intellectuals are required to serve the people. This has been the injunction of communist leaders to intellectuals from Lenin to the present day. the injunction may be entirely able. The problems begin when the question is asked how the objective is to be served, not because the question is necessarily difficult, but because the answer to it is reserved, in the main. I see the party leaders. It is they who have, in communist practice, arrogated to themselves the prerogative of defining what serving the people means, and what it does not mean. This is muchly true for Lenin, who tended to be cautious in such matters. But IL has formed an intrinsic part of communist practice ever since Lenin, and is in fact one characteristic feature of Stalinism, and for that matter of Maoism. Thus, one of the most authoritative Chairman Mao's texts on the subject includes the following passage. Empty, dry dogmatic formulas do indeed destroy the creative mood, and only that, they first destroy Marxism. Dogmatic Marxism is not manism, it is anti-Marxism. Then does not Marxism destroy the creative mood? Yes, it does. It definitely destroys creative moods that are feudal bourgeois, petty bourgeois, liberalistic, individualistic, nihilistic, art for art's sake, aristocratic, decadent or pessimistic, and every other creative mood that is alien to the masses of the people and to the proletariat. So far as proletarian writers and artists are concerned, yald not these kinds of creative moods be destroyed? I think they should be utterly destroyed. And while they are being destroyed, something new can be constructed. This text dates from 1942, but there is plenty in Chairman Lau's pronouncements on intellectuals and intellectual and artistic work before and after that date which shows it to be typical of a mode of thought. The point about pronouncements such as these is not whether they are true or false, or indeed whether they actually mean anything, it is rather that there is an external authority which is able to decide what is feudal, bourgeois, petty bourgeois, etc., and to impose its decisions upon intellectuals. The manner of imposition has varied, and assumed different forms in Russia under Stalin from those it has assumed in China, or in Cuba. But the prerogative of party leaders or of their representatives to decide what, in intellectual productions, serves the people, and even more so what does not, has not come under serious question in communist regimes. For a long time, that prerogative was also asserted, though it could not of course be imposed, by communist party leaders outside communist regimes. The position has in recent years become much more open and fluid, and the notion of freedom of intellectual and artistic endeavor has by now gained a very considerable measure of acceptance and recognition by the leaderships, for instance, of the Italian and French communist parties. The idea that intellectuals and artists should serve the people has not been abandoned by these leaderships, as indeed why should it be? But the idea that they or some cultural commission of the party should define what this does or does not involve has come to be increasingly discredited, together with the idea that the party have any business to pass judgment on what, in artistic matters, is or is not acceptable. This more relaxed approach to artistic and cultural 64 the defense of the old order, I-65 work which has no direct and obvious political connotations even come to effect, up to a point, intellectual work which directly political and politically sensitive. The general tendency is obviously towards a loosening and the toleration differences. On the other hand, intellectuals in Western communist ties are still expected, like other party members, to behave accordance with the principles of democratic centralism, at least where directly political utterances are involved. This may not render deviation from party policy altogether unacceptable to party leaders, but it makes serious and sustained debate, and particularly organized debate, with defined platforms, next to impossible. This, which is one feature of the weakness absence of internal democracy in these parties, affects and intended to affect all party members. But it affects party intellectuals more than others in so far as criticism and probing intrinsic elements of their being as intellectuals, or at least ought to be. The weight of democratic centralism upon them is not heavy as it was, but it is still very real, and the pressures and temptations to tighten up which will arise when these party come to office, and in the extremely difficult circumstance, which will follow their accession to office, are bound to be very considerable. Even so, the point may be worth making that the place and role of intellectuals is not a question determined by the nature of Marxism. It has been determined in communist regimes very adversely for the most part, namely at the price of conformity by the conditions in which regimes which claim to be inspired by Marxism have come to power and developed. Ruthless repression of dissident intellectual work and of every other kind of dissidence as well has occurred in the name or under the banner of Marxism. But there is no warrant for the view that such repression is somehow inscribed in the nature of Marxism. Assertions of this sort are merely propaganda. This propaganda is part of the battle for consciousness to which reference was made earlier, and which is part of the daily life of class societies. But this battle is only one facet of class conflict. There are other battles which proceed alongside this one, and in which the state plays a central role. Nor indeed is it really possible to separate any of these battles from each other, and the state intervenes, at one level or another, in all of them. Fear is the first and the last defender of the old order, and it is therefore to the state that we must now turn. For the defense of the old order, 2. In the politics of Marxism, there is no institution which is nearly as important as the state, so much so that concentration of attention upon it has helped to devalue in Marxist theory other important elements of politics, for instance the cultural elements discussed in the last chapter. Nevertheless, there is no question that it is right to emphasize the central role of the state in any given social system. Nor of course is the emphasis specific to Marxism, it is also found other and opposed theories of politics. Most of these theories, however large their differences from each other may be, have in common a view of the state as charged with the representation of society as a whole, as standing above particular and necessarily partial groups, interests, and classes, as having the special function of ensuring both that the competition between these groups, interests, and classes remains orderly and that the national interest should not be impaired in the process. Whether the state discharges these tasks well or not is not here at issue, the point is that most theories of politics do assign the tasks in question to the state, and thereby turn it into the linchpin of the social system. The starting point of the Marxist theory of politics and the state is its categorical rejection of this view of the state as the trustee, instrument, or agent of society as a whole. This rejection necessarily follows from the Marxist concept of society as class society. In class societies, the concept of society as a whole and of the national interest is clearly a mystification. There may be occasions and matters where the interests of all classes happen to coincide. But for the most part and in essence, these interests are fundamentally and irrevocably at odds, so that the state cannot possibly be their common trustee. The idea that it can is part of the ideological veil which a dominant class draws upon the reality of class rule, so as to legitimate that rule in its own eyes as well as in the eyes of the subordinate classes. In reality, so the Marxist argument has always been, the state. J. 67. J.S. an essential means of class domination. It is not a neutral referee arbitrating between competing interests, it is inevitably a deeply engaged partisan. It is not above class struggles but right in them. Its intervention in the affairs of society is crucial, constant, and pervasive, and that intervention is closely conditioned by the most fundamental of the state's characteristics, namely that it is a means of class domination, ultimately the most important by far of any such means. The most famous formulation of the Marxist view of the state occurs in the Communist Manifesto. The executive of the modern state is but a committee for managing the common affairs of the whole bourgeoisie. But this is not nearly so simple and straightforward a formulation as it has commonly been interpreted to be. In fact, it presents, as do all Marxist formulations on the state, many problems which need careful probing. I do not mean by this that the general perspective is false, on the contrary, I think that it is closer to the political reality of class societies than any other perspective. But it is not a magic formula which renders the interpretation of that reality unproblematic. There is no such formula. One immediate problem concerns the notion of ruling class in its Marxist usage. In that usage, the ruling class is so designated by virtue of the fact that it owns and controls a predominant part of the means of material and mental production, and that it thereby controls, runs, dictates to, or is predominant in the state as well. But this assumes that class power is automatically translated into state power. In fact, there is no such automatic translation. The question of the relation between class power and state power constitutes a major problem, with many different facets. Even where that relation can be shown to be very close, a number of difficult questions remain to be answered, or at least explored. Not the least of these questions concerns the forms which the state assumes, and why it assumes different forms, and with what consequences. But the very first thing that is needed is to realize that the relation between the ruling class and the state is a problem, which cannot be assumed away. Indeed, the problem is implicit in the formulation from the manifesto which I have quoted earlier. For the reference to the common affairs of the whole bourgeoisie clearly implies that the bourgeoisie is a social totality made up of different and therefore potentially or actually 68 conflicting elements, a point which, as was suggested in Chap. Ter, must be taken as axiomatic for all classes, while common affairs implies the existence of particular ones as well. On this basis, there is an absolutely essential function of mediation and reconciliation to be performed by the state, or rather, it is the state which plays a major role in the performance of that function, the qualification being required because there are other institutions which help in its performance, for instance the parties of the bourgeoisie. But if the state is to perform this mediating and reconciling function for what are, in effect, different elements or fractions of the bourgeoisie, which have different and conflicting interests, it clearly must have a certain degree of autonomy in relation to the ruling class. Insofar as that class is not monolithic, and it never is, it cannot act as a principal to an agent, and it cannot simply use the state as its instrument. In this context, there is no it, capable of issuing coherent instructions, least of all in highly complex, fragmented and old societies, where a long process of historical development has brought to predominance a ruling class which harbors many different interests and fractions. This is not to deny the acceptability, with various qualifications, of the term, but only to suggest that the relation of die ruling class to the state is always and in all circumstances bound to be problematic. The best way to proceed is to ask the simplest possible question, namely why, in Marxist terms, the state should be thought to be the instrument of a ruling class, and an answer to this question should also yield an answer to the question of the validity of the concept of ruling class itself. Marxists have, in effect, given three distinct answers to the question, none of which have however been adequately theorized. The first of these has to do with the personnel of the state system, that is to say the fact that the people who are located in the command heights of the state, in the executive, administrative, judicial, repressive and legislative branches, have tended to belong to the same class or classes which have dominate the other strategic heights of the society, notably the economic and the cultural ones. Thus in contemporary capitalism, members of the bourgeoisie tend to predominate in the three main sectors of social life, the economic, the political. 69. The cultural/ideological, the political being understood here as referring mainly to the state apparatus, though the point would apply more widely. Where the people concerned, it is usually added, are not members of the bourgeoisie by social origin, they are later recruited into it by virtue of their education, connections, and way of life. The assumption which is at work here is that a common social background and origin, education, connections, kinship, and friendship, a similar way of life, result in a cluster of common ideological and political positions and attitudes, common values and perspectives. There is no necessary unanimity of views among the people in question, and there may be fairly deep differences between them on this or that issue. But these differences occur within a specific and fairly narrow conservative spectrum. This being the case, it is to be expected, so the argument goes, that those who run the state apparatus should, at the very least, be favorably disposed towards those who own and control the larger part of the means of economic activity, that they should be much better disposed towards them than towards any other interest or class, and that they should seek to serve the interests and purposes of the economically dominant class, the more so since those who run the state power are most likely to be persuaded that to serve these interests and purposes is also, broadly speaking, to serve the national interest or the interests of the nation as a whole. This is a strong case, easily verifiable by a wealth of evidence. The bourgeois state has tended to be run by people very largely of the same class as the people who commanded the private sector of the economic life of capitalist societies. What I have elsewhere called the state elite has tended to share the ideological and political presumptions of the economically dominant class. And the state in capitalist society has tended to favor capitalist interests and capitalist enterprise to put it thus is in fact to understate the bias. Yet, strong though the case is, it is open to a number of very serious objections. These do not render the consideration of the nature of the state personnel irrelevant. Nor do they in the least affect the notion of the state as a class state. But they do suggest that the correlation which can be established in class terms between the state elite and the economically dominant class is not adequate to settle the issue. 70. One major objection is that there have been important and frequent exceptions to the general pattern of class correlation. These exceptions have occurred, so to speak, at both the upper and the lower levels of the social scale. Britain provides the most notable example of the former case. Here, a landowning aristocracy continued for most of the 19th century to occupy what may accurately be described as an overwhelmingly preponderant place in the highest reaches of the state apparatus, while Britain was in the same period turning into the workshop of the world, the most advanced of all capitalist countries, with a large, solid, and economically powerful capitalist class. The phenomenon was of course familiar to Marx and Engels, who frequently remarked upon it. Thus in an article, The British Constitution, written in 1855, Marx observed that although the bourgeoisie, itself only the highest social stratum of the middle classes, had gained political recognition as the ruling class, this only happened one condition, namely that the whole business of government in all its details, including even the executive branch of the legislature, that is, the actual making of laws in both houses of parliament, remained the guaranteed domain of the landed aristocracy, too. And he went on to add that now, subjected to certain principles laid down by the bourgeoisie, the aristocracy is being forced at this very moment to sign its own death warrant and to admit before the whole world that it is no longer destined to govern England. 1. Of course, the aristocracy was then neither signing its death warrant nor admitting anything of the kind Marx suggested. But even if we leave this aside, there are here very large theoretical as well as empirical questions which remain unanswered concerning the relations of this new ruling class to a landed aristocracy which, according to Marx, remained in complete charge of state power, and also concerning the ways in which the compromise, one of which Marx also spoke in this article, worked themselves out. The same phenomenon of an aristocratic class exercising power on behalf of capitalism occurred elsewhere, for instance in Germany, and was discussed by Marx and Engels, though in different terms. But it is obvious that this presents a problem for the thesis that the bias of the state is determined by the social class of its leading personnel. 71. The problem is at least as great where an important part of the state apparatus is in the hands of members of lower classes. This too has frequently been the case in the history of capitalism. In all capitalist countries, members of the petty bourgeoisie, and increasingly of the working class as well, have made a successful career in the state service, often at the highest levels. It may well be argued that many if not most of them have been absorbed into the bourgeoisie precisely by virtue of their success, but the categorization is too wide and subjective to be convincing. In any case, there are telling instances where no such absorption occurred. The most dramatic such instances are those of the fascist dictators who held close to absolute power for substantial periods of time in Italy and Germany. This will need to be discussed later, but it may be noted here that whatever else may be said about them, it cannot be said about Hitler and Mussolini that they were in any meaningful way absorbed into the German and Italian bourgeoisies and capitalist classes. In other words, the class bias of the state is not determined, or at least not decisively and conclusively determined, by the social origins of its leading personnel. Nor for that matter has it always been the case that truly bourgeois-led states have necessarily pursued policies of which the capitalist class has approved. On the contrary, it has often been found that such states have been quite seriously at odds with their economically dominant classes. The classic example is that of Roosevelt after his election to the presidency of the United States in 1932. In short, exclusive reliance on the social character of the state personnel is unhelpful. It creates as many problems as it solves. The second answer which Marxists have tended to give to the question why the state should be thought to be the instrument of a capitalist ruling class has to do with the economic power which that class is able to wield by virtue of its ownership and control of economic and other resources, and of its strength and influence as a pressure group, in a broad meaning of the term. 72. There is much strength in this argument too, to which is added by virtue of the growth of economic giants as a characteristic feature of advanced capitalism. These powerful conglomerates are obviously bound to constitute a major reference point for governments, and many of them are multinational, which means that important international considerations enter into the question. And there is in any case a vital international dimension injected into the process of governmental decision-making, and in the power which business is able to exercise in the shaping of that process, because governments have to take very carefully into account the attitudes of other and powerful capitalist governments and of a number of international institutions, agencies, and associations, whose primary concern is the defense of the free enterprise system. Capitalist enterprise is undoubtedly the strongest pressure group in capitalist society, and it is indeed able to command the attention of the state. But this is not the same as saying that the state is the instrument of the capitalist class, and the pressure which business is able to apply upon the state is not in itself sufficient to explain the latter's actions and policies. There are complexities in the decision-making process which the notion of business as pressure group is too rough and unwieldy to explain. There may well be cases where that pressure is decisive. But there are others where it is not. Too great an emphasis upon this aspect of the matter leaves too much out of account. In particular, it leaves out of account the third answer to the question posed earlier as to the nature of the state, namely a structural dimension, of an objective and impersonal kind. In essence, the argument is simply that the state is the instrument of the ruling class because, given its insertion in the capitalist mode of production, it cannot be anything else. The question does not, on this view, depend on the personnel of the state, or on the pressure which the capitalist class is able to bring upon it. The nature of the state is here determined by the nature and requirements of the mode of production. There are structural constraints which no government, whatever its complexion, wishes, and promises, can ignore or evade. A capitalist economy has its own rationality to which any government and state must sooner or later submit, and usually sooner. There is a great deal of strength in this structural perspective. 73. And it must in fact form an integral part of the Marxist view of the state, even though it too has never been adequately theorized. But it also has certain deficiencies which can easily turn into crippling weaknesses. The strength of the structural explanation is that it helps to understand why governments do act as they do, for instance why governments pledge to far-reaching reforms before reaching office, and indeed elected because they were so pledged, have more often than not failed to carry out more than at best a very small part of their reforming program. This has often been attributed not least by Marxists to the personal failings of leaders, corruption, betrayal, the machinations of civil servants and bankers, or a combination of all these. Such explanations are not necessarily wrong, but they require backing up by the concept of structural constraints which do beset any government working within the context of a particular mode of production. The weakness of the case is that it makes it very easy to set up arbitrary limits to the possible. There are structural constraints, but how constraining they are is a difficult question, and the temptation is to fall into what I have called a hyperstructuralist trap, which deprives agents of any freedom of choice and maneuver and turns them into the bearers of objective forces which they are unable to affect. This perspective is but another form of determinism which is alien to Marxism and in any case false, which is much more serious. Governments can and do press against the structural constraints by which they are beset. Yet, to recognize the existence and the importance of these constraints is also to point to the limits of reform, of which more later, and to make possible a strategy of change which attacks the mode of production that imposes the constraints. Taken together, as they need to be, these three modes of explanation of the nature of the state, the character of its leading personnel, the pressures exercised by the economically dominant class, and the structural constraints imposed by the mode of production constitute the Marxist answer to the question why the state should be considered as the instrument of the ruling class. Yet, there is a powerful reason for rejecting this particular formulation as misleading. This is that, while the state does act, in Marxist terms, on behalf of the ruling class, it does not for the most part act at its behest. The state is indeed a class state, the state of the ruling class. But it enjoys a high degree of autonomy and independence in the manner of its operation as a class state, and indeed must have that high degree of autonomy and independence if it is to act as a class state. The notion of the state as an instrument does not fit this fact, and tends to obscure what has come to be seen as a crucial property of the state, namely its relative autonomy from the ruling class and from civil society at large. This notion of the relative autonomy of the state forms an important part of the Marxist theory of the state and was, in one form or another, much discussed by Marx and Engels. The meaning and implication of the concept require further consideration. 2. As a preliminary to the discussion of the relative autonomy of the state in Marxist thought, it should be noted that Marx and Engels duly acknowledged, as they could hardly fail to do, the existence through history and in their own times of different forms of state, not only in different modes of production and social formations, but also in the capitalist mode of production itself. In historical terms, they identified forms of state ranging from Asiatic despotism to the absolutist state, and including the states of antiquity and of feudalism, and in their own times, they distinguished between such forms of state as the bourgeois republic, the Bonapartist and Bismarckian states, the English and Tsarist forms of state, etc. On the other hand, these distinctions are never such, for Marx and Engels and for most of their disciples, as to nullify the one absolutely fundamental feature that these states all have in common, namely that they are all class states. This twin fact about the state, namely that it assumes many different and sharply contrasting forms but also that it remains a class state throughout, has been a source of considerable tension in Marxist political thought and debate, and has also had a considerable 75 influence at one time or another on the strategy of Marxist parties and organizations. The problem, for revolutionaries, is obvious. The distinctions which clearly must be made between different forms of state, if only because they are too great to be ignored, may lead to a disappearance from view of the central idea of the class nature of all forms of state, whether they are dictatorships or bourgeois democratic regimes. But the attempt to avoid this error of appreciation may also lead, and has indeed led, to the assertion that there is really no difference between different forms of state, and that, to take a specific example, there is really no difference, or at least no really serious difference, between fascist regimes and bourgeois democratic ones. This is what the Comintern line provided as a perspective during a crucial part of interwar history, with utterly catastrophic results for working class movements everywhere, and most notably in Germany. It was only at the Seventh World Congress of the Third International in 1935, long after the Nazis had conquered Germany, that Georgy Dimitrov, speaking on behalf of that disastrous organization, gave the official seal of approval to a drastic change of course, and declared that accession to power of fascism is not an ordinary succession of one bourgeois government by another, but a substitution of one state form of class domination of the bourgeois democracy by another form. Open terrorist dictatorship, and he also proclaimed that now the toiling masses of the capitalist countries are faced with the necessity of making a definite choice, and making it today, not between proletarian dictatorship and bourgeois democracy, but between bourgeois democracy and fascism. 4 In fact, the choice had presented itself years before and had been stated quite clearly inside the ranks of Marxism, most notably by Leon Trotsky. 5 Since those days, many different varieties of ultra-leftism have included, as part of their creed, the insistence that there was no real difference between bourgeois democratic regimes and authoritarian ones. That this is an ultra-left deviation seems to me evident. But rather than simply dismiss it as such, one should see it as an expression of the real theoretical and practical problems which the existence of different forms of class state poses to Marxists. Not the least of these problems is that, insofar as some of these forms are infinitely preferable to others, choices 76 often have to be made, as Dimitrov said, which involve the defense of bourgeois democratic regimes against their opponents on the right. The terms on which that defense should be conducted has always been a major strategic problem for revolutionary movements, even when they were agreed that the defense itself must be undertaken. On this latter point, there never was any question for classical Marxism, beginning with Marx and Engels. The latter were not at all taken with bourgeois democracy, and denounced it in utterly uncompromising terms as a form of class domination. Indeed, Marx in the Class Struggles in France wrote of the bourgeois republic of 1848 that it could be nothing other than the perfected and most purely developed rule of the whole bourgeoisie. The synthesis of the restoration and the July monarchy. 8 Also, recurrent theme in Marx's writings on the subject is how repressive and brutal this form of state can turn as soon as its upholders and beneficiaries feel themselves to be threatened by the proletariat. With the June days in Paris, the Republic, Marx wrote in the same text, appeared in its pure form, as the state whose avowed purpose it is to perpetuate the rule of capital and the slavery of labor, and bourgeois rule, freed from all fetters, was inevitably transformed, all at once, into bourgeois terrorism. 7 In the same vein, Marx wrote in the Civil War in France more than 2 decades later that the treatment meted out to the communards by the government of Thiers showed what was meant by the victory of order, justice, and civilization. The civilization and justice of bourgeois order comes out in its lurid light. Whenever the slaves and drudges of that order rise against their masters, then this civilization and justice stand forth as undisguised savagery and lawless revenge. 8 But when this has been said, it remains true that Marx and Engels saw considerable virtues in bourgeois democratic regimes as compa read with other forms of class domination, and notably with Bonapartism, to which Marx in particular devoted much attention. 20 years of his life, the years of his intellectual maturity, were spent in the shadow, so to speak, of this form of dictatorship, and just as capitalist Britain served as Marx's laboratory for the analysis of the political economy of capitalism, so did France under Louis Bonaparte serve him between 1851 and 1871 as a frame of reference for one kind of capitalist politics. 77. The Bonapartist state was distinguished by an extreme inflation and concentration of executive power, personified in one individual, and nullifying the legislative power. This executive power, Marx wrote in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, possessed an immense bureaucratic and military organization, an ingenious and broadly based state machinery, and an army of half a million officials alongside the actual army, which numbers a further 500,000, and he further described the state machinery as this frightful parasitic body, which surrounds the body of French society like a caul and stops up all its pores. There is, in Marx's writings on the Bonapartist state, a strong sense of the life of civil society being stifled and suppressed in ways which the class state of bourgeois democratic regimes cannot in normal circumstances adopt, a sense epitomized in his description of France after the coup d'état of December 2. All classes fall on their knees, equally mute and equally impotent, before the rifle. Butt 10 Closely related to this, and crucially important in the approach of Marx and Engels to the bourgeois republican form of state, as compared with other forms of bourgeois state power, was their belief that the former provided the working class with opportunities and means of struggle which it was precisely the purpose of the latter to deny them. One of the most specific and categorical statements connected with this issue occurs in the class struggles in France. The most comprehensive contradiction in the Constitution consists in the fact that it gives political power to the classes whose social slavery it is intended to perpetuate: proletariat, peasants, and petty bourgeoisie. And it deprives die bourgeoisie, the class whose old social power it sanctions, of the political guarantees of this power. It imposes on the political rule of the bourgeoisie democratic conditions which constantly help its enemies towards victory and endanger the very basis of bourgeois society. It demands from the one that it should not proceed from political emancipation to social emancipation, and from the other that it should not regress from social restoration to political restoration. 11 The main feature of the bourgeois democratic regimes on which Marx and Engels fastened was universal suffrage. Still in the class struggles in France, Marx pointed to the problem which this presented, or could present, to the bourgeoisie. 78-79. But does the Constitution still have any meaning the moment that the content of this suffrage, this sovereign will, is no longer bourgeois rule? Is it not the duty of the bourgeoisie to regulate the franchise so that it demands what is reasonable, its rule? By repeatedly terminating the existing state power and by creating it anew from itself, does not universal suffrage destroy all stability? Does it not perpetually call all existing powers into question? Does it not destroy authority? Does it not threaten to elevate anarchy itself to the level of authority? 12 Marx himself answered that the moment must arrive when universal suffrage was no longer compatible with bourgeois rule, and that this moment had indeed arrived in France with the elections of March 10, 1850. The bourgeoisie was now forced to repudiate universal suffrage, he said, and to confess, our dictatorship has existed hitherto by the will of the people, it must now be consolidated against the will of the people. 13 Nevertheless, he also noted, universal suffrage had fulfilled its mission, the only function it can have in a revolutionary period. The majority of the people had passed through the school of development it provided. It had to be abolished by revolution or by reaction. 11 There are many different questions which this conjures up and which will be discussed in Chapter 6. But it may be useful at this point to pursue a little further the issue of universal suffrage and bourgeois democracy as it appeared to Marx and Engels. Marx himself always held fast to the view that the suffrage, in so far as it helped to sharpen the contradictions of bourgeois society and provided a school of development of the working class, offered definite but limited possibilities to the revolutionary movement. On the other hand, he also described the general suffrage in class society as abused either for the parliamentary sanction of the holy state power, or a play in the hands of the ruling classes, only employed by the people to sanction parliamentary class rule once in many years, instead of being adapted, as he thought it would have been by the commune, to its real purpose, to choose by the communes their own functionaries of administration and initiation. 18 The question of the suffrage and its uses is also connected with that of the transition to socialism, and Marx, as noted earlier, was willing to allow that there might be some isolated cases where that transition would be achieved by nonviolent means, and therefore presumably through electoral means made available by the suffrage. But he was clearly very skeptical about such a process, and took it for granted that it would not be the common pattern. The workers, he said in a speech after the last J Congress of the First International in 1872, will have to seize political power one day in order to construct the new organization of labor. They will have to overthrow the old politics which bolster up the old institutions. But we do not claim, he went on, that the road leading to this goal is the same everywhere. We know that heed must be paid to the institutions, customs, and traditions of the various countries, and we do not deny that there are countries, such as America and England, and if I was familiar with its institutions, I might include Holland, where the workers may attain their goal by peaceful means. That being the case, we must recognize that in most continental countries the lever of the revolution will have to be force. A resort to force will be necessary one day in order to set up the rule of labor. 18 The weight of the argument is unmistakably on the non-peaceful side of the line. The case of Engels is a little more complicated, the complication arising from pronouncements made in the course of developments, notably the growth of Man's social democracy, which postdate Marx's death. By far the most important such pronouncement is Engels's famous introduction of 1895 to Marx's class struggles in France. That introduction was subjected to some expurgation before it was published in Vorwärts, the main organ of the German Social Democratic Party, and Engels strongly complained to Koski that the expurgated version made him appear as a peaceful worshipper of legality quand mme.17. But even though Engels 80 had every right to complain that the editing of H's text was misleading, the fact remains that the unexpurgated version unquestionably shows a major shift of emphasis from earlier pronouncements of Marx and Engels on the question of the suffrage and its uses. Engels emphatically denied that He was in any way suggesting that our foreign comrades should in the least renounce their right to revolution. 18. But he went on to say that whatever may happen in other countries, the German social democracy occupies a special position and therewith, at least in the immediate future, has a special task. 1 This special task was to maintain and preserve the growth of German social democracy and its electoral support. Its growth proceeds as spontaneously, as steadily, as irresistibly, and at the same time as tranquilly as a natural process. All government intervention has proved powerless against it. We can count even today on 2.25 million voters. If it continues in this fashion, by the end of the century we shall conquer the greater part of the middle strata of society, petty bourgeois and small peasants, and grow into the decisive power in the land, before which all other powers will have to bow, whether they like it or not. To keep this growth going without interruption until it of itself gets beyond the control of the prevailing governmental system, not to fritter away this daily increasing shock force in vanguard skirmishes, but to keep it intact until the decisive day, that is our main task. 20 Engels's reference to the decisive day suggests that he had by no means given up the notion that a revolutionary break might yet occur. So does his reference a little later in the text to the likelihood that the powers that be would themselves be forced to break through the fatal legality under which social democracy thrived, and which it therefore was its bounden duty to maintain. But the shift of emphasis from an earlier perspective is nevertheless quite clear, and whatever Engels himself may have thought, his rejection of notions of overthrow, even if bound up with specific conjunctural circumstances, was sufficiently decisive to give considerable encouragement to a much more positive view of what was possible under bourgeois democracy than had earlier been envisaged by Marx and Engels. Not, it should be added, that the shift would not have occurred without Engels's text. The text only gave, or appeared to give, legitimation to a process that was inscribed in the evolution of the German labor movement in the conditions of a bourgeois democratic regime even as incomplete and stunted as the German imperial one. 81. In the present context, however, the critical point is that there was no real question for Marxists until the outbreak of the First World War that working class parties and movements must seize every opportunity of electoral and representative advance offered to them by their respective regimes. 21 And that they must do whatever was in their power to further the democratization of these regimes. In Marxist thought, bourgeois democracy, for all its class limitations, remained a vastly superior form of state to any existing alternative. Lenin's changing perspectives, in this connection, are particularly interesting, since they considerably affected later debates. At the time of the Russian Revolution of 1905, he pressed hard the case for proletarian support, indeed for the leadership of the bourgeois revolution in Russia. In countries like Russia the working class suffers not so much from capitalism as from the insufficient development of capitalism. The working classes, therefore, most certainly interested in the broadest, freest, and most rapid development of capitalism. That is why a bourgeois revolution is in the highest degree advantageous to the proletariat. The more complete, determined, and consistent the bourgeois revolution, the more assured will the proletariat's struggle be against the bourgeoisie and for socialism. 22 Moreover, Lenin was then very concerned to stress the differences that were to be found within bourgeois democracy itself. There are bourgeois democratic regimes like the one in Germany, and also like the one in England, like the one in Austria, and also like those in America and Switzerland. He would be a fine Marxist indeed, who in a period of democratic revolution failed to see this difference between the degrees of democratism and the difference between its forms, and confined himself to clever remarks to the effect that, after all, this is a bourgeois revolution, the fruit of bourgeois revolution. 23 Nor was this in any way a purely tactical or debating standpoint. In 1908 he was referring casually to America and Britain as countries where complete political liberty exists, 34, and in 1913, writing in the context of the national question, he suggests that advanced countries, Switzerland, Belgium, Norway, and others, provide us with an example of how free nations under a really democratic system live together in peace or separate peacefully from each other. 28 These glowing remarks should not be taken too literally. Lenin never ceased to make the sharpest distinction between 82. Bourgeois democracy and what he envisaged that the proletarian form of democracy could be. But it was only under the impact of the First World War that he adopted a much more undiscriminating stance towards all forms of bourgeois democracy. Thus in the preface which he wrote in August 1917 to The State and Revolution, he said that the imperialist war has immensely accelerated and intensified the process of transformation of monopoly capitalism into state monopoly capitalism. The monstrous oppression of the working people by the state, which is merging more and more with the all-powerful capitalist associations, is becoming increasingly monstrous. The advanced countries, we mean their hinterland, are becoming military convict prisons for the workers. 28 And in the pamphlet itself, he specifically said, in connection with his insistence on the need to smash the bourgeois state, that both Britain and America, the biggest and the last representatives in the whole world of Anglo-Saxon liberty, in the sense that they had no militarist cliques and bureaucracy, have completely sunk into the all-European filthy, bloody morass of bureaucratic military institutions which subordinate everything to themselves, and suppress everything. 27 Even so, he had also noted, a little earlier in the pamphlet, that we are in favor of a democratic republic as the best form of state for the proletariat under capitalism, though with the qualification that we have no right to forget that wage slavery is the lot of the people even in the most democratic bourgeois republic. 88 This was the more or less traditional view. The other, which saw all capitalist countries as sunk in the bloody morass of bureaucratic military institutions, represented a different appreciation, whose ultra-leftist tinges had considerable consequences in terms of policy decisions later. As noted earlier, it was the same trend of thought which led to the adoption, or which at least served as a justification for the adoption, of the class against class Comintern policies of the Third Period, in which all bourgeois regimes, of whatever kind, were assimilated for strategic purposes under the same rubric, with results that materially contributed to the Nazi conquest of power in Germany. There are of course many different reasons why this assimilation was easily accepted by the overwhelming majority of MEM. 83. Bears of communist parties and organizations. One general reason, as I also already noted earlier, has to do with an attitude of mind to which Marxists have been prone. This is the belief that because A and R are not totally different, they are not really different at all. This error has not only been made in relation to the state, but in other contexts as well, with damaging effects. More specifically, there is a permanent Marxist temptation to devalue the distinction between bourgeois democratic regimes and authoritarian ones. From the view that the former are class regimes of a more or less repressive kind, which is entirely legitimate, it has always been fairly easy for Marxists to move to the inaccurate and dangerous view that what separates them from truly authoritarian regimes is of no great account, or not qualitatively significant. The temptation to blur the distinction has been further enhanced by the fear that to do otherwise would make more difficult an intransigent critique of the class limitations and inherent shortcomings of bourgeois democracy, and by the fear that it would conceal the fact that bourgeois democracy can be turned with the assent and indeed encouragement of ruling classes into authoritarian or fascist regimes. Different forms of state have different degrees of autonomy. But all states enjoy some autonomy or independence from all classes, including the dominant classes. The relative autonomy of the state was mainly acknowledged by Marx and Engels in connection with forms of state where the executive power dominated all other elements of the state system, for instance the absolutist state, or the Bonapartist or Bismarckian one. Where Marx and Engels do acknowledge the relative autonomy of the state, they tend to do so in terms which sometimes exaggerate the extent of that autonomy. Later Marxist political thought, on the contrary, has usually had a strong bias towards the underestimation of the state's relative autonomy. What this relative autonomy means has already been indicated. It simply consists in the degree of freedom which the state has in determining how best to serve what those who hold power conceive to be the national interest, and which in fact involves the service of the interests of the ruling class. Quite clearly, this degree of freedom is in direct relation to the 84-85. Freedom which the executive power and the state in general enjoy vis-a-vis institutions and pressure groups which represent or speak for either the dominant class or the subordinate ones. In this sense, the relative autonomy of the state is greatest in regimes where the executive power is least constrained, either by other elements within the state system, or by various forces in civil society. Of such regimes, Bonapartist France was the example with which Marx was most familiar. Its extreme version in capitalist society has been fascism in Italy and Nazism in Germany, with many other less thorough examples in other capitalist societies. But it may be worth stressing again that all class states do enjoy some degree of autonomy, whatever their form and however representative and democratic they may be. The very notion of the state as an entity separate from civil society implies a certain distance between the two, a relation which implies a disjunction. The disjunction, which may be minimal or substantial, can only come to an end with the disappearance of the state itself, which in turn depends on the disappearance of class divisions and class struggles, and most likely a lot else as well. I noted earlier that Marx and Engels discussed the state's relative independence mainly in connection with regimes where the executive power was exceptionally strong. This makes it appear that it is only in such regimes that they thought the state was relatively independent. More important, the way they discussed that relative independence in the regimes they did consider is somewhat confusing, insofar as it involves the use, particularly by Engels, of a concept of equilibrium between contending social forces, which equilibrium is supposedly provided by the state. In the 18th Brumaire, Marx contrasts as follows Bonapartism and the regimes which had preceded it. Under the Restoration Louis-Philippian the parliamentary republic, what Marx called the bureaucracy, and which here stands for the state, was the instrument of the ruling class, however much it strove for power in its own right. Only under the second Bonaparte, Marx goes on, does the state seem to have attained a completely autonomous position. The state machine has established itself so firmly vis-a-vis civil society that the only leader it needs is the head of the society of December 10. Point 29. This would appear to suggest the complete independence of the state power from all social forces in civil society. But Marx goes on to say that the state power does not hover in mid-air, and that Bonaparte represents a class, indeed he represents the most numerous class of French society, the small peasant proprietors. 30 What the notion of representation means here is not at all clear, and the discussion of the nature and status of Bonapartism which follows is very weak. On the one hand, Bonaparte is described as the executive authority which has attained power in its own right, and as such he feels it to be his mission to safeguard bourgeois order. 31 But the strength of this bourgeois order lies in the middle class. He therefore sees himself as the representative of the middle class and he issues decrees in this sense. 32 On the other hand, Marx also writes that the contradictory task facing the man explains the contradictions of his government, the confused and fumbling attempts to win and then to humiliate first one class and then another, the result being to array them all in uniform opposition to him. 33 This obviously understates and indeed obscures the quite specific class role which Bonaparte and his regime were called upon to play. 20 years later, in the Civil War in France, the significance of Bonapartism is much more clearly articulated. Marx describes the Second Republic, which was overthrown by the coup d'état of December 2, 1851, as a regime of avowed terrorism and deliberate insult toward the vile multitude, and he then goes on to describe how the Party of Order paved the way for the Bonapartist dictatorship, the restraints by which their own divisions had under former regimes still checked the state power were removed by their union, and in view of the threatening upheaval of the proletariat, they now used that state power mercilessly and ostentatiously as the national war engine of capital against labor. In their uninterrupted crusade against the pro-educating masses they were, however, bound not only to invest the executive with continually increased powers of repression, but at the same time to divest their own parliamentary stronghold, the National Assembly, one by one, of all its own means of defense against the executive. The executive, in the person of Louis Bonaparte, turned them out. The natural offspring of the Party of Order Republic was the Second Empire. 34 Marx described the empire as the only form of government possible at a time when the bourgeoisie had already lost, and the 86 working class had not yet acquired the faculty of ruling the nation. 35 We may leave aside the notion that the French bourgeoisie had, in 1851, lost the faculty of ruling the nation. Also, the formulation lends itself to the view that the state somehow comes in between the contending classes. But the context makes it absolutely clear that Marx meant precisely the opposite, imperialism, he wrote, here meaning the type of regime represented by the Second Empire, is, at the same time, the most prostitute, and the ultimate form of the state power which nascent middle-class society had commenced to elaborate as a means of its own emancipation from feudalism, and which full-grown bourgeois society had finally transformed into a means for the enslavement of labor by capital. There is here no doubt about the class nature and the class function of the Napoleonic regime. On the other hand, the notion of the state as serving to maintain a certain equilibrium between warring classes occurs in the observations of Marx and Engels on the subject of absolutism, 7, and was also used by Engels to describe both the Second Empire and the Bismarckian state. In his The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, Engels wrote of the state that, it is, as a rule, the state of the most powerful, economically dominant class, which, through the medium of the state, becomes also the politically dominant class, and thus acquires new means of holding down and exploiting the oppressed class. 38 Having given the state of antiquity, the feudal state and the modem representative state as examples of the class state, he then goes on, by way of exception, however, periods occur in which the warring classes balance each other so nearly that the state power, as ostensible mediator, acquires, for the moment, a certain degree of independence of both. Such was the absolute monarchy of the 17th and 18th centuries, which held the balance between the nobility and the class of burghers. Such was the Bonapartism of the First, and still more of the Second French Empire, which played off the proletariat against the bourgeoisie and the bourgeoisie against the proletariat. The latest performance of this kind is the new German Empire of the Bismarck nation. Here capitalists and workers are balanced against each other and equally cheated for the benefit of the impoverished Prussian cabbage junkers. 3 The point here is not that the characterization is historically 87 erroneous, but that it departs considerably from the classical theory of the state associated with Marx and Engels. In the formulation above, the state not only acquires a very high degree of independence, albeit by way of exception, but this independence appears to free it from its character as a class state. It seems to have become what might be described as a state for itself. In a famous letter written in 1890, Engels strengthens this imprecision in his reference to the interaction of two unequal forces. On the one hand, the economic movement, on the other, the new political power, which strives for as much independence as possible, and which, having been once established, is endowed with a movement of its own. 40 In the same passage, Engels explicitly retains the primacy of the economic movement, but his formulations do not point to the class identity of the relatively independent state. Engels never did in fact suggest that the state was a state for itself, or that it could be. but his theorization of the relative autonomy of the state is, in class terms, nevertheless evidently inadequate and indeed fairly misleading. As was already noted earlier, the relative independence of the state does not reduce its class character. On the contrary, its relative independence makes it possible for the state to play its class role in an appropriately flexible manner. If it really was the simple instrument of the ruling class, it would be fatally inhibited in the performance of its role. Its agents absolutely need a measure of freedom in deciding how best to serve the existing social order. This problematic has the major advantage of helping to explain a crucial attribute of the state in capitalist society, namely its capacity to act as an agency of reform. Reform has been a major characteristic of capitalist regimes, not surprisingly, since reform has been a sine qua non of their perpetuation. What is perhaps less obvious is that it is the state upon which has fallen the prime responsibility for the organization of reform. Power holders inside the state system have been well aware of the responsibility, and have acted upon that awareness, not because they were opposed to capitalism, but because they wanted to maintain it. But to act as the organizers of reform, power holders have needed some elbow room, an area of political maneuver in which statecraft in its literal sense could be exercised. What to concede and when to concede, the two being closely 88. Related are matters of some delicacy, which a ruling class, with its eyes fixed on immediate interests and demands, cannot be expected to handle properly. Power holders themselves may fail, but their chances are better, and in this respect at least the defense of the capitalist economic and social order, their record has been fairly successful, though account must here also be taken of the various weaknesses, errors, and difficulties of their opponents. Still, the point needs to be stressed that much, if not most, of the reform which power holders have organized in capitalist societies has generally been strongly and even bitterly opposed by one or other fraction of the ruling class, or by most of it. Nor is that opposition to reform altogether irrational. No doubt, the resistance to reform on the part of an economically and socially dominant and privileged class is in the long run but certain to lead to great trouble, instability, revolt, and possibly overthrow. In this sense, such resistance is irrational, and a systematic and comprehensive resistance on principle to all reform is in any case stupid and eccentric. But from the point of view of the class or classes concerned, resistance to reforms organized by power holders, insofar as that resistance is selective and flexible, cannot be taken as being necessarily irrational. After all, power holders may well miscalculate and statecraft can go wrong. It is, for instance, possible to argue that there are excisions and circumstances where reform, far from stilling discontent, will encourage demands for more, and further raise expectations. The phenomenon is familiar. Also, even if the general point holds that reform must in the long run be accepted if a social order is to have any chance to perpetuate itself, the price to be paid in the short run is often real and unpalatable. It is nonsense to say, as is often said on some parts of the Marxist left, that reform does not really affect the ruling class. The latter's members squeal much more than is usually warranted. But the squealing is on the other hand rather more than mere sham. The sense of being adversely affected and constrained is real, and this is quite often an accurate reflection of the concrete impact of this or that measure and action of the state. The fact that the state is the organizer of reform, often against the wishes of large sections of the ruling class, is one reason why the bourgeoisie as a whole has not, in normal circumstances, shown any great craving for dictatorship of the fascist. 89. Authoritarian type. Its members want a state which is strong to impose law and order, to contain challenge, and to japsire stability. But the authoritarian or fascist form of state from the point of view of an economically and socially privileged class, the great disadvantage not only of placing a st amount of power in executive hands to the detriment of her elements in the state, but also of making it much more difficult for hitherto powerful bourgeois elements to exercise a training and controlling influence on the people now in charge of the state power. In such situations, the exercise of state power can become dangerously unpredictable and much too individualized. Undoubtedly, there are circumstances when the bourgeoisie, and are large sections of it, will choose this option, notwithstanding its disadvantages. In the 18th Brumaire, Marx noted that the bourgeoisie saw tranquility endangered by every jjgn of life in society. How could it want to retain a regime of unrest, its own parliamentary regime, at the head of society? The parliamentary regime leaves everything to the decision of majorities. Why then should the great majority outside Parliament not want to make the decisions? 41. And he went on to say that branding as socialist what it had previously celebrated as liberal, the bourgeoisie confesses that its own interest requires its deliverance from the peril of its own self-government, that to establish peace and quiet in the country its bourgeois parliament must first of all be laid to test, that its political power must be broken in order to preserve its facial power intact, that the individual bourgeois can only continue to exploit the other classes and remain in undisturbed enjoyment of property, family, religion and order on condition that his class is condemned to political insignificancy along with the other classes. This is very well said. But it is precisely because authoritarian and fascist regimes entail at least the danger of political insignificance for people who do have a strong sense of their own significance that they must hesitate to opt for this alternative. In letter to Marx on April 13, 1866, Engels wrote that Bonapartism after all the real religion of the modern bourgeoisie. But this was not the case when he wrote these words, nor did it be the case later. The authoritarian option is not the religion of bourgeoisie, it is its last resort, the maintenance of law and order in registered territorial area or areas over which the state is formally invested with sovereignty, the repressive function, the fostering consensus in regard to the existing social order, which also involves the discouragement of dissensus, the ideological, cultural function, the economic function in the broad sense of the term, and the advancement, so far as is possible, of who is held to be the national interest in relation to external affairs, the international function. All states perform these functions. But they perform them differently, depending on the kind of society which they serve, and the state in capitalist society also performs them in different ways, depending on a variety of factors and circumstances. The present context, it should be stressed, is that of advanced capitalism. The question of the state in different contexts requires separate treatment. The repressive function is the most immediately visible one, in a literal sense, insofar as it is embodied in the policeman, the soldier, the judge, the jailer, and the executioner. But whether immediately visible or not, the state is a major participant in the class struggles of capitalist society. In one way or another, it is permanently and pervasively present in the encounter between conflicting groups and classes. These never meet, so to spt on their own. The state is always involved, even where it is not hand the big material interests of the bourgeoisie even against the bourgeoisie, but leaves it with no part in the process of governing. On the other hand, Thursday dictatorship is itself compelled to adopt against its will the material interest of the bourgeoisie. If only because it defines the terms on which the punter occurs by way of legal norms and sanctions. The Marxist perspective, and for the reasons which have advanced in this chapter, the intervention of the state is carrot-eyes and necessarily partisan. As a class state, it always intervenes for the purpose of maintaining the existing system of domination, even where it intervenes to mitigate the harshness of that system of domination. But the ways in which it intervenes in the affairs of civil society constitute precisely one of the major defining differences between the forms which the capitalist state assumes. Thus the bourgeois democratic state is so designated because its powers of intervention, among other things, are variously clear. In a somewhat different perspective, the repressive function performed by the capitalist state involves the assurance of law and order. The reason why law and order usually appear in Marxist writing on the subject in inverted commas is not, obviously, because the notions of law and of order are here spurious, but that they are shot through in their conception and in their application with the class connotations imposed upon them by the fact that they are the law and order of particular class societies, applied by particular class states. the bias may be much less visible and specific than is expressed in the populace saying that there is a law for the rich and there is a law for the poor, though the truth that saying contains should not be overlooked. The point, however, is that a general, pervasive, and powerful set of class premises and practices affects every aspect of law and order. This is of more general application. Engels noted that the state performs a number of common services and functions. This is indeed the case. But it performs these common functions in ways which are deeply and inherently affected and even shaped by the character and climate of the class societies in question. Such matters as law and order, health, education, housing, the environment, and welfare in general are, as all else, not only responsive to but determined, or at least powerfully affected, by the rationality of the system. This problematic is of exceptional and direct importance in relation to the economic function which the state performs in 93. Jadalist society. State intervention in economic life has always a central, decisive feature in the history of capitalism, so that its history cannot begin to be understood without ends to state action, in all capitalist countries and not only (e), such as Japan, where the state was most visibly involved the development of capitalism. I.e. state and those who were acting on its behalf did not intervene for the specific purpose of helping capitalism, less of helping capitalists, for whom power holders, notably zeros drawn from a different social class, say the Landowning-*ocracy, have often had much contempt and dislike. The question is not one of purpose or attitude but of structural strengths, or rather that purposes and attitudes, which can some difference, and in special circumstances a considerate difference, must nevertheless take careful account of the economic system which forms the context of the political system and of state action. Moreover, purposes and attitudes, values and aims, judgments and perspectives, are themselves generally shaped or at least greatly affected by that socio-economic context, so that what appears reasonable by way of state action to power holders will normally be in tune with the rationality and requirements of the socio-economic system itself. External and antithetical criteria, in so far as they offend that rationality, are by definition unreason. These considerations acquire added significance by virtue of the fact that state intervention has become an ever more pronounced feature of the economic life of capitalism in the last 100 years, and even this formulation runs the risk of greatly understating the extreme acceleration of the process in recent decades, as does the notion of intervention, which understates the pervasive and permanent presence of the state, in a multitude of forms, in the economic life of advanced capitalism. The constantly increasing importance which the state must assume under capitalism is well recognized in classical Marxist writing, and was linked to the accurate prognosis of the ways in which capitalist production would develop. In Capital, Marx had shown that centralization and monopoly were part of the immanent laws of capitalistic production itself. 44 and some 10 years after the publication of Capital, Engels had forecast in 94 the defense of the old order, 295 anti-diering that, as a culmination of this process zero centralization and monopoly, the official representative capitalist society the state will ultimately have to undertake the direction of production. However far this might be carried, he also intimated, it would not transform the nature of the state. The modem state, no matter what its form, is essentially a capital machine, the state of the capitalists, the ideal personification of the Tujain national capital. The more it proceeds to the talking over of the productive forces, the more does it actually become the national capitalist, more citizens does it exploit. The workers remain wage workers, proletarians. The capitalist relation is not done away with. It is brought to a head. 46 Engels seems to have had in mind a situation not dissimilar to that created by the growth of joint stock companies, where all the social functions of the capitalist are now performed by salaried employees, and where the capitalist has no further social function than that of pocketing dividends, tearing flow coupons, and gambling on the stock exchange, where the different capitalists despoil one another of their capital. 47 On the other hand, the continued Existence of capitalists would only be compatible with state ownership of the means of production if these capitalists were assured of dividends to pocket and coupons to tear off. Engels did not pursue the question, save to say that state ownership could provide no solution to the contradictions of capitalist production, and that the harmonizing the modes of production, appropriation, and exchange with the socialized character of the means of production could only be brought about by society openly and directly taking possessing of the production forces which have outgrown all control except that of society as a whole. 48 This formulation obviously raises problems. But it is at any rate clear that for Marx and Engels as well as for a later Marxist tradition, the notion of state intervention in the capitalist process of production is an intrinsic part of the analysis of that process of production itself. Indeed, so concerned were Marxist thinkers after Engels to underline the role of the state in 20th century capitalism that they came to speak not only of monopoly capitalism but of state capitalism and of state monopoly capitalism, the latter form being the official designation of present-day capitalism by all communist parties. State capitalism was used by Lenin to denote two different situations: firstly, that already described by Engels, in which the state plays an ever greater role in the productive process of advanced capitalism. Germany, he wrote in Left-Wing Childishness and the Petty Bourgeois Mentality of 1918, was the last word in modern large-scale capitalist engineering and planned organization, subordinated to Junker bourgeois imperialism. 49 The second situation was an altogether different one, in which state capitalism is used by Lenin in a much more imprecise and blurred sense, namely the post-revolutionary situation in Russia, when he wanted the Soviet government to foster the growth of capitalist enterprise under the strict supervision of the Soviet government and in accordance with national accounting and control. 50 State capitalism in this case is characterized by the detailed control which a revolutionary workers' state exercises over capitalist production. Both these usages seem to me arbitrary and misleading. In the first, German, usage, the notion that state intervention in capitalist production amounts to the state taking over capitalism, which is the connotation that state capitalism tends to convey, is clearly mistaken. In this sense, the closest that capitalism has ever been to state capitalism was in Nazi Germany, which answers well Lenin's description of the process of state intervention, regulation, control, and even dictation, but even here, capitalism under the Nazis did not turn into state capitalism, it remained what it had always been, namely a system of production mainly carried on by way of private ownership and control of the predominant part of the means of production, distribution, and exchange, with a much greater apparatus of state direction than hitherto imposed upon that system, though it is also worth remembering that much of that apparatus of direction was itself manned and controlled by people who were part of the traditional German capitalist class. Nor is there much to be said for the second meaning given to state capitalism in Lenin's usage. Even if the assumption is made that a predominantly capitalist economy can coexist with and be directed by a revolutionary regime, and it is a very large and to my mind an unwarranted assumption, there would still be no ground for describing such an economic system as state capitalism. At most, it could be described as state-directed capitalism, or some such. In fact, it would be a capitalist economic system which a revolutionary government would 1. 96. Seek to develop, direct, and plan, and into which it might seek inject some socialist modes of behavior. State capitalism has also been used in some Marxist quarters and by the Chinese communists, to designate collectivist regimes of the Soviet type, and notably the Soviet Union, mainly as a term of abuse intended to suggest the gap between achievement and promise. But however great the gap may be, and however justified the view that these regimes are not socialist, there is no theoretical or practical justification for designating state capitalist regimes in which private ownership and control of the whole or of the largest and most important part of the means of economic activity has been abolished save as a term of abuse, in which case there is no problem. As for state monopoly capitalism, the designation is misleading inasmuch as it tends to suggest something like a symbiotic relation between the contemporary capitalist state and monopoly capitalism. This is inaccurate and opens the way to an oversimplified and reductionist view of the capitalist state as the instrument of the monopolies. In reality, there is the capitalist state on the one hand and monopoly capitalism on the other. The relation between them is close and getting ever closer, but there is nothing to be gained, and much by way of insight to be lost, by a reductionist oversimplification of that relation. State monopoly capitalism does not leave enough space, so to speak, in the relation between the two sides to make the concept a useful one. In so reducing this space, it renders the relation too unproblematic, at any level. Nevertheless, the state does of course intervene massively in the life of advanced capitalism, and sustains it in a multitude of different ways which cannot all by any means be labeled economic. 51 It mainly does so in accordance with the rationality of the capitalist mode of production, and within the constraints imposed upon it by that mode of production. But this is not a simple process either, least of all in a bourgeois democratic and constitutional setting. For in such a setting, the political system allows pressures to be generated and expressed against and in the state, and may turn the state itself into an arena of conflict, with different parts of the state system at odds with each other, and thereby reducing greatly the coherence which the state requires to fulfill its functions, economic or otherwise. From this point of view, the authoritarian alternative is also intended. 97. Restore coherence to a state system which has come to reflect other than subdue the class conflicts and the socio-economic contradictions of civil society. In the conditions of late 20th century capitalism, the state in bourgeois democratic agemies is under constant pressure to meet the expectations and demands of the subordinate classes. What is wanted from it is that it should provide and manage as it alone can a vast range 0f collective and public services whose level largely defines the conditions of life. The overwhelming majority of the populations of advanced capitalist countries, who depend upon these services. But against the expectations and demands emanating from below must be set the requirements of capitalist enterprise, and whatever the state does by way of provision and management of services and economic intervention has to run the gauntlet of the economic imperatives dictated by the requirements of the system, and what emerges as a result is always very battered. Hence the contradictory pulls within the state itself, and the need, somehow, to restore its coherence and its capacity to fulfill what is expected of it. The authoritarian alternative I have referred to is in its extreme forms the ultimate resort of dominant classes, or rather it may be such resort. The assumption has generally been much too easily made in Marxist writing that dominant classes could simply choose whether to adopt the authoritarian alternative or not. The matter is a lot more complicated than this. But in any case, the bourgeois democratic state is perfectly capable of deploying a vast apparatus of repression, and of resorting to considerable police powers within the constitutional framework in existence. What is involved is the further restriction of civic rights and of the opportunities of organized protest and challenge, and the attempts by the bourgeois state to achieve these restrictions, particularly in times of crisis, is a normal, unsurprising part of the civic history of capitalism. On the other hand, success in this field partly depends on the degree of consent and legitimacy which the state and the social order enjoy, particularly among the subordinate classes themselves, and this links with the third function of the state that was mentioned earlier, namely its ideological, cultural or persuasive function. I have already noted that this persuasive function is not primarily carried out by the state in bourgeois democratic 98 regimes, where much or most of it is left to a variety of agencies and institutions which are part of civil society and which largely express the class power of the dominant classes. But it was also noted there that the state is also deeply involved, in such regimes and directly or indirectly, with the business of legitimating the existing social order and with the discouragement of dissidents. This intervention assumes many different forms, which I do not propose to discuss further here, though it may be worth repeating the point that was made in chapter that the bourgeois state is ever more closely involved in this form of intervention in the life of civil society, and that the availability of immeasurably more efficient means of communication provides a further spur to such efforts. Even so, the difference in this realm as in many others between the bourgeois democratic state and the various forms which authoritarianism has assumed in capitalist societies is very great. One of these differences is of course that in the latter case dissident ideas and dangerous thoughts, not only in the realm of politics but in many other realms as well, are forcibly suppressed. Some of this also occurs in bourgeois democratic regimes, but to nowhere near the same extent, nor in a systematic way. A second difference is that the authoritarian state in capitalist regimes itself assumes the main responsibility for the spread of officially approved ideas. It may do so either directly, say by the use of radio, television, and government-sponsored newspapers and other publications, or more indirectly, through fascist-type parties and other organizations, or both. But it is in any case thoroughly involved in the propagation, effectively or not, of ideas which are deemed acceptable and functional, and in the suppression of ideas which are not. The same is also true for communist states, which have thoroughly monopolized forms of communication, through the party and the various institutions it controls. The fourth of the functions of the state to which I referred earlier, its international function, raises many different questions with which Marxism has in one way and another always been greatly concerned. This is discussed in the next section. 4. From the beginning, Marxism has treated the state as part of a world of states whose relations and actions are deeply in 99. Influenced and even determined by the fact of capitalist development. In the international as in the national sphere, the socio-economic context is crucial, particularly because of the supranational character of the capitalist mode of production. In a famous passage of the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels noted the centralizing tendencies of capitalism, as a result of which independent, or but loosely connected provinces, with separate interests, laws, governments, and systems of taxation, became lumped together into one nation, with one government, one code of laws, one national interest, one frontier and one customs tariff. 52 But just as it created the conditions for the centralized, concentrated nation-state, so did capitalism also set in motion powerful supranational tendencies. The bourgeoisie has through its exploitation of the world market given a cosmopolitan character to production and consumption in every country. It has drawn from under the feet of industry the national ground on which it stood. In place of the old local and national seclusion and self-sufficiency, we have intercourse in every direction, universal interdependence of nations. The bourgeoisie, by the rapid improvement of all instruments of production, by the immensely facilite means of communication, draws all, even the most barbarian, nations into civilization. 83 The reference to even the most barbarian nations has a distinctly Victorian ring, but no matter. Marx and Engels were, here as so often elsewhere, accurately projecting the lines of future capitalist development. On the other hand, the processes to which they were pointing have produced intense contradictions, which have multiplied rather than diminished with the passage of time, and have presented major and unresolved problems for Marxist theory and communist practice. The most basic of the contradictions in the worldwide development of capitalism is that its expansion did indeed generate intercourse in every direction, universal interdependence of nations, and thus created one world in an immeasurably more meaningful sense than had ever been the case before, but it also and simultaneously strengthened, and in many cases engendered, the will to sovereign statehood. On the one hand, there was the economic knitting together of one world, on the other, a heightened drive to political fragmentation by way of the sovereign state in a world of states, each seeking to maximize its power of independent action. 100. A paramount explanation of this contradiction is that statehood is the absolutely essential condition, though not of course a sufficient one, for the achievement of the aims which those who are able to determine or influence state action may have. It may not be possible, for whatever reason, to achieve these aims with statehood, but it is likely to be even more difficult to achieve them without it. More specifically, Capitalist development and expansion has meant in effect the development of particular national capitalisms, with their respective national states seeking to advance capitalist interests. Obviously, this does not mean that the people in charge of state power necessarily acted with the conscious purpose of serving these interests. What they were doing, in their own view, was to serve the national interest, fulfilling their country's manifest destiny, spreading civilization and Christianity, serving queen or emperor, or whatever. But none of these aims, they also thought, was incompatible with the advancement of national business interests. On the contrary, the advancement of these interests, and their defense against other national interests protected by their own states, was generally felt by power holders to be congruent and even synonymous with whatever other purposes they had in mind. The world which Marx and Engels knew in their later years was dominated by large states involved in various forms of rivalry with each other. Some of them, like France, Britain, Russia, and Austria, had statehood for a long time, and only needed to concern themselves with the preservation of their national and imperial domains, or with further additions to it by way of imperialist expansion. Others, like Germany and Italy, had achieved statehood much more recently and were concerned both with consolidation and with the carving of a share in imperial expansion. One major state, the United States, had to fight a civil war to retain unitary statehood, and another, the Ottoman Empire, barely held together disparate nationalities. These were all established states. But the logic which made them cling jealously to what they had, also impelled various national groupings inside one or other of these empires to seek their own statehood. In the 19th century, this mainly involved various subject nationalities everywhere. The motivation behind this drive is usually described as nationalism. It is a 101 convenient term but not an altogether adequate one. For it suggests a specific ideological commitment common to an enormously varied scatter of groups and classes, which had in fact very different economic, social, political, cultural aims. Nationalism does not properly cover these different aims, and is too easily turned into a catch-all formula, much too diffuse and imprecise. The term cannot be dispensed with, of course, for it describes some very real drives. But these drives and many others are given much greater precision if they are seen to point, as they all do, to statehood, however diverse the groups and their aims, and whether based on nationality or not. What they do have in common is the will to acquire their own state, to be masters in their own house, to achieve independent statehood often on the basis of a combination of nationalities, ethnic, linguistic, and cultural groupings, depending on particular historical and local circumstances. So powerful has this drive to statehood been that it has resulted in the proliferation of states to the point where almost 150 of them are now recognized as sovereign political units, each with the right to a seat in the United Nations. Nor is the power of that drive to statehood at all spent, on the contrary, it is constantly manifesting itself in new places, and has come to pose fairly serious problems to old established states like Britain and France, where demands are heard much more loudly than for a very long time past, not merely for greater autonomy but for actual independence of one or other constituent element of the existing national state. There is nothing mysterious about this drive to statehood, it limply marks the recognition that sovereignty, however limited it may be, makes possible the fulfillment of aims which may otherwise be unattainable. Whether the aims are good or bad, reasonable or not, is not here in question. The appeal which statehood has and the support it generates are not confined to any particular class or social group. Nationalism in the 19th century and the drive to statehood had exceptional appeal to various elements of the national bourgeoisie of various subject nations. But it was not confined to such bourgeois elements. Nor certainly has it so been confined in the 20th century. Nationalism, more or less strongly seasoned with various other ideological ingredients, is 102. Available to, and where suitable seized by, any class or group aspiring to independent statehood. With certain qualifications, classical Marxism was on the whole favorably inclined towards the achievement of independent statehood by subject peoples, though the whole question has become ever more difficult for Marxists to handle in the course of the 20th century. The main qualification, in regard to Marx and Engels, is that they quite rightly saw much if not most of the nationalism expressed in their own times as oriented to bourgeois aims, indeed as intended, at least in part, to provide an alternative to revolutionary socialism. In this sense, the adoption by the proletariat of a nationalism free from socialist and revolutionary perspectives, and designed to create superclass allegiances, was naturally seen by them as constituting an instance of false consciousness. Mayer and Engels said in the Communist Manifesto that national differences, and antagonisms between peoples, are daily more and more vanishing, owing to the development of the bourgeoisie, to freedom of commerce, to the world market, to uniformity in the mode of production and in the conditions of life corresponding thereto. 54 But however much they might hope and strive for the development of proletarian internationalism and solidarity, they continued to think of the nation-state as the basic unit of political life, and to support the right of nations, such as the Irish, the Poles, and the Italians, to national independence and statehood. However, Marx and Engels also tended to favor larger rather than smaller national units, and it is significant, in this context, that Marx, in the Civil War in France, should have defended the Paris Commune against the accusation that it sought to destroy the unity of France. The communal constitution, he wrote, has been mistaken for an attempt to break up into a federation of small states, as dreamed of by Montesquieu and the Girondins, that unity of great nations which, if originally brought about by political force, has now become a powerful coefficient of social production. 55 This attitude of qualified but quite strong support for the right of peoples to self-determination and statehood is bound to j present problems in practice, and has often done so. Their aerial ways conflicting considerations which intrude into the question. Lenin reaffirmed again and again the right of subject peoples. 103. To self-determination and independent statehood, in the same TFE, he wrote, as mankind can arrive at the abolition of classes only through a transition period of the dictatorship of the oppressed class, it can arrive at the inevitable integration of nations only through a transition period of the complete emancipation of all oppressed nations, i.e. their freedom to secede. 56 But this did not prevent him from freely admitting that the matter could not be treated in absolute terms. Thus, he noted in the same text that Marx was occasionally taxed with having objected to the national movement of certain peoples, and that this was taken to refute the necessity of recognizing the self-determination of nations from the Marxist standpoint. But this, Lenin claimed, was incorrect, for in 1848 there were historical and political grounds for drawing a distinction between reactionary and revolutionary democratic nations. Marx was right to condemn the former and defend the latter. The right of self-determination is one of the demands of democracy which must naturally be subordinated to its general interests. 57 Irrespective of the merits of the particular argument, this too is a substantial qualification. But it remains true that Lenin and the Bolsheviks were strongly committed to the right of subject peoples to self-determination. The one major Marxist figure to reject this position was Rosa Luxemburg, who consistently denounced the right of self-determination as hollow phraseology and as a diversionary, corrupting, and self-defeating slogan. It is important not to draw false contrapositions here. The point is not that Lenin and the Bolsheviks believed in national independence and statehood for subject peoples, while Rosa and the countries of South Asia. The second category would include most countries of Africa, with the major exception of South Africa, which is an advanced capitalist country. In both categories, foreign capitalist interests constitute an important and in some cases a decisive political element as well as a crucially important economic one. In the case of countries of the Third World, here an economically dominant class exists, or where there is more than one such class. The Marxist analysis of the state presented earlier only requires various adaptations and changes of emphasis rather than fundamental revision. No doubt, there are many aspects of their economic and social structure, their history and political culture, which greatly affect the character and operation of the state in each of them. Differences in economic and social structure produce considerable differences in the nature of class antagonisms and their expression, and in the manner in which the state responds to them. So does the fact of under 108. Development and dependence, and often of recent colonialism, affect the state's weight and role in economic, social, and political life. But all these are specificities which, however important and determinant, are susceptible to an analysis that remains identifiably Marxist, in other words to an analysis that is squarely and adequately derived from a Marxist problematic. The same cannot be said with quite the same confidence about countries that belong to the second category, namely those where an economically dominant class or group, or a number of such classes or groups, did not exist before the establishment of a new state in place of a colonial regime. Of course, it is perfectly possible to point in all such countries to a scatter of local entrepreneurs and traders, alongside the large foreign interests that may exist and which form pockets of large-scale enterprise in an otherwise underdeveloped context. But the scatter of local entrepreneurs and traders cannot seriously be said to constitute an economically dominant class. Nor can the foreign interests that are present be so designated. This is not to say that these interests are not important politically, or that local business interests, however small the scale of their enterprises, do not represent a point of reference for the state. The point is rather that the element which is absolutely basic in the classical Marxist view of the state, namely an economically dominant class, is not to be found here, in any meaning that makes real economic, social, and political sense. This being so, the question at issue is what the state power in these societies actually represents, and what its nature and role may be said to be. The answer is that, in such societies, the state must be taken mainly to represent itself, in the sense that those people who occupy the leading positions in the state system will use their power, inter alia, to advance their own economic interests, and the economic interests of their families, friends, and followers, or clients. A process of enrichment occurs, which assumes a great number of forms and leads to a proliferation of diverse economic ventures and activities. In this process, a genuine local bourgeoisie may come into being and grow strong, with continuing close connections to the state and its leading members, who are themselves part of that new bourgeoisie. In such cases the relation between economic and political power has been inverted. It is not economic power which results in the wielding of political power and influence and which shapes political decision-making. It is rather political power. Communist regimes are all distinguished by highly structured and organized mass parties, whose role in the articulation of power in these regimes is absolutely crucial. They are for the most part authentically mass parties, with a membership running, in the case of the USSR and China, into many millions. But these mass parties are also distinguished by their pyramidal structure, with an extreme concentration of power at the top of the pyramid. Some party leaderships may be more autocratic than others, and more personalized. But all these parties are instruments of concentrated power, and the democratic centralism which they all profess has always been a figurative term for an extreme concentration of power and the narrow subordination of the lower organs to the top one. Moreover, communist parties in these regimes have always, in practice, held a monopoly of political power, whether they were, as in the USSR, the only legal party, or whether, as in some other communist countries, other parties were allowed to exist. The latter's existence never seriously impinged upon the leading role of the Communist Party, meaning in effect its complete predominance. On this basis, those who control the party also control the state, which is their executive and coercive arm. Nor is the party state constrained by social forces, let alone political ones which are external to it. Of course, party and state leaders must take some account of existing social classes and groupings in determining the policies which they wish to pursue. If they do not, or if they miscalculate, there may be trouble. But their ability to make autonomous decisions, without reference to anyone outside their own restricted circle, is very great indeed and has often been all but unlimited, the extreme example being that of Stalin over a period of a quarter of a century. This autonomy is constrained, as has already been noted, by the structural context in which communist societies operate, and this is in many ways very severe. But this constraint does not reduce the power holders' autonomy vis-a-vis the societies over which they preside, which is the question at issue. Similarly, party state leaders are constrained, save in very unusual cases of total predominance such as Stalin came to 116. Enjoy, by internal rivalries and divisions, and the existence at the top of the pyramid of factions and tendencies which may represent particular interests, e.g. the army and defense apparatus, the managers of some sectors against those of others, and so on, and there may also be divisions based on ideology, differences of generations and experiences, and all the other factors which cause men of power to divide. These are very genuine constraints upon leaders, even upon leaders who have established their ascendancy, but who must yet tread warily, and conciliate or disarm opposition, or crush it with the aid of allies, which itself may require concessions to these allies. But nothing of this fundamentally affects the fact that state in these systems does have a very high degree of autonomy from society. Nowhere is that autonomy substantially constrained by institutions and agencies, either inside the state system or outside, which are in any real sense independent of executive power. Freedom, Marx said in the Critique of the Gotha program of 1875, consists in converting the state from an organ superimposed on society into one thoroughly subordinate to it, and even today state forms are more or less free depending on the degree to which they restrict the freedom of the state. Registered 1. There is a vast program of political construction which these formulations propose, and it is a program to which communist regimes have not so far seriously addressed themselves. V. Class and Party. Ruling classes have at their disposal a formidable range of weapons for the maintenance of their domination and the defense of their power and privileges. How then are these ruling classes to be undone, and how is a new social order to be established? That this can be achieved is an essential theme of the Marxist message, but a no less essential theme of that message is that it does have to be achieved. No doubt, the desired transformation must largely depend upon, or at least be linked with, the deepening of the contradictions of capitalism and their consequent and manifold impact upon the superstructure. But even so, the transformation will have to be brought about by human intervention and practice, and will be the result of growing class conflict and confrontation, in which the working class must play a predominant role. In order that it may play that role effectively, there must be organization, against the vast array of powerful forces which the ruling class is able to deploy in the waging of class struggle. The working class and its allies cannot hope to succeed unless they are organized. The question is what this means, and there have on this score been very wide divergences within the spectrum of Marxist political thought. These divergences must not be translated into a simplistic and misleading contraposition of organization and spontaneity. There is no Marxist thinker, of any sort, who has ever advocated pure spontaneity as a way of revolutionary practice. The notion is evidently absurd. Even a levée en masse requires to be organized if it is to get anywhere. Nor, at the other extreme, has anyone within the Marxist tradition ever advocated that a revolution should be made by an organized group or party without any measure of popular support. This has at one time or other been put forward as a means of revolutionary action and change, but it does not form part of any variety of Marxism, and has in fact been consistently rejected and denounced by Marxists as mere putschism. The question then is not, in Marxist terms, of a choice between organization and spontaneity, or between the party and the class. There is in reality no such choice, and Marxists have quite rightly insisted that this was for them a false dichotomy. The divergences have nevertheless been very real, and have centered round different views of the relation of the working class to the organization, and of the relative weight to be attributed to either. The differences may be matters of emphasis, but emphasis in this realm is not a matter of detail. These divergences point to a permanent tension in Marxist thought and practice in regard to the relation of class and party, not surprisingly since the issues which that relation raises are crucial, not only to the advancement of the revolutionary process but to the shape and character of the Marxist project itself. The attempt has often been made to blur and negate this tension by reference, here as in other questions, to the dialectical interrelation which must be established between class and party. This is no doubt desirable, but to say so is not to resolve anything, it merely restates the problem in different words. Given the wide spectrum of views and attitudes on the question of class and party, it is as well to note first that Marx himself stands at one end of the spectrum, insofar as his own emphasis falls very heavily on the action of the class. His concern throughout his political life was not simply with the emancipation of the working class, this could be said to be the avowed purpose of all revolutionaries. His concern is with the emancipation of the working class by its own efforts. He expressed this most succinctly in the preamble to the Provisional Rules of the First International in 1864. That the emancipation of the working classes must be conquered by the working classes themselves. 1 Neither this nor anything else Marx said on the subject precludes organization in the form of a party of the working class, and there are in his work innumerable references to the need for the working class to organize itself. On the other hand, he was not particularly concerned with the form which the political organization of the proletariat should assume, and was content to leave workers in different countries to determine this according to their own circumstances. 8 The one definite prescription was that the party should not be a sect, isolated from the working class, and composed of the professional conspirators whom he savagely denounced as the alchemists of revolution in 1850. 120. Whatever the form of the party, it is the working class, its developing consciousness and its struggles for self-emancipation which really matter to Marx. The party is only the political expression and the instrument of the class. Even this formulation may go further than is warranted in Marx's case, and it may be more accurate to interpret him, in this connection, as seeing the working class itself performing its political role, with the political party helping it to do so. The formulation is rather ambiguous, but so are Marx's pronouncements on this issue. What is not at all ambiguous is the faith which Marx and Engels had in the capacity of the working class to achieve self-emancipation. In a circular letter to the leadership of the German Social Democratic Workers' Party, written in 1879, they angrily rejected any flirtation with the idea that the working class is incapable of liberating itself by its own efforts, and that for this purpose it must first accept the leadership of educated and propertied bourgeois, who also have opportunity and time to acquaint themselves with what is good for the workers. They reminded the leaders of the party that when the International was formed, we expressly formulated the battle cry, the emancipation of the working class must be the work of the working class itself, and that we cannot ally ourselves, therefore, with people who openly declare that the workers are too uneducated to free themselves and must first be liberated from above by philanthropic big bourgeois and petty bourgeois. 4 The point they were making is clearly of wider application. What they were concerned to stress was their general belief in the self-emancipating capacities of the working class. The question here is not whether they were right or wrong, and what are the problems they were overlooking. The fact is that for them, the class always came first, the party a long way behind. This cuts very deep, and has a direct bearing on the wider question of the direct and indirect exercise of popular power, and on the meaning of socialist democracy. 6 By the time Engels died in 1895, German social democracy. With German Social Democratic Party as a main point of reference, but we must note here that there was, in the notion and practice of the working class mass party, integrated in the constitutional framework of bourgeois society, a powerful logic driven towards the concentration of power in the hands of leaded claiming to be the representatives and spokesmen of the working class, and occupying a privileged position in the determination of policy. It was not Lenin who started it all. Lenin had in fact an extraordinarily strong sense of the need both to build a party of a special kind, given the conditions of Tsarist Russia, and to maintain as close a link as possible with the working class. Without the constant reinvigoration of the party by the working class, it would go stale and bureaucratic, and lag behind the masses, one of Lenin's constant fears. He had conceived from his earliest days in the revolutionary movement of a party of professional revolutionaries, adapted to the struggle against a despotic regime by a highly centralized command structure, which came to be called democratic centralism. He did not suggest, before 1914, that the party he wanted for Russia was suitable for what he called countries where political liberty exists. 7 The important point for him, indeed the essence of Lenin's contribution to Marxism, was that there must be organization and direction if the revolutionary process was to be advanced. Lenin did not fear the passivity of the working class, but that its struggles would lack political effectiveness and revolutionary purpose. It was to this end that the party was essential. Without its guidance and leadership, the working class would be a social force capable of spasmodic and incoherent actions, but incapable of turning itself into the disciplined army that was required to overthrow Tsarism and to advance towards the conquest of socialist power. Even so, it needs to be stressed that Lenin knew well that the party could not fulfill its tasks without being steeped and involved in the experiences of the masses, and whenever opportunity offered for the party to open up, as in 1905 and 1917, and after he seized the chance and mercilessly castigated the party bureaucrats steeped in their routine. 8 Even in those of his writings which most insistently focus on the need for organization, centralism, discipline, etc., and of which what is to be done is 122. J. Example *. The need for an organic connection with working class is never ignored. And it was also Lenin who taught the following in 1920, as a whole, and the history of revolutions in particular, is richer in content, more varied, more multiform, more lively and than is imagined by even the best parties, the most class and party. 123. Jas At moments of great upsurge and the exertion of all human laities, revolutions are made by the class consciousness, will, and imagination of tens of millions, spurred on by a most acute of classes. 95, however, did not in the least lead him to decry the importance of the party in the revolutionary process, and revalue its role in relation to the working class. He could rare have said, as Rosa Luxemburg said in 1904, that historically, the errors committed by a truly revolutionary movement infinitely more fruitful than the infallibility of the cleverest intra-committee. 10 He did not believe in the infallibility of central committee or party organ. But neither did he believe a truly revolutionary movement as conceivable that did include a well-structured organization. It was in the same from which the earlier quotation is taken that Lenin served, in answer to those in the German communist movement who counterposed dictatorship of the party or dictatorship of the class, dictatorship of the leaders, or dictatorship of the masses, that, as a rule and in most states at least in present-day civilized countries, classes are ad by political parties. Political parties, as a general rule, are by more or less stable groups composed of the most authoritative, influential, and experienced members, who are elected to the most responsible positions, and are called lead 111 and. In saying this, Lenin was pointing to the obvious but essential to many the rather uncomfortable and disagreeable, fact that any model of the revolutionary process, or for that matter, of working class politics in general, would have to include an organized political formation, which also meant that there would be a leadership and a structure of command. Lenin's whole emphasis in this respect was different from that of Marx and Engels. As was noted earlier, they too had a concept of the party, yet the shift of emphasis is unmistakable. But this, to a greater or lesser extent, was true of all strands of Marxist thought. Well before 1914, the international Marxist movement, West as well as East, had developed models of the party, both of which attributed much greater importance to the party than Marx and Engels had ever thought necessary, though the point is less certain in relation to Engels in his last years, when he was closely involved in the affairs of the German Social Democratic Party. It was not of course on the issue of the party itself that Lenin's opponents attacked him, but on the dictatorial centralism which they accused him of advocating, and for seeking, as they suspected and alleged, his own personal dictatorship through the centralized and subordinate party. In 1904, after the great split of 1903 between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks and the subsequent publication of Lenin's ultra-centralist One Step Forward, Two Steps Back, Trotsky published Our Political Tasks, in which he warned against the dangers of substitutism and issued the prophecy to which much later events were to give an exceptional resonance. Lenin's methods lead to this: the party organization at first substitutes itself for the party as a whole, then the Central Committee substitutes itself for the organization, and finally a single dictator substitutes himself for the Central Committee. 12 Like Lenin's Menshevik opponents, he wanted a broadly based party and insisted that the party must seek the guarantee of its stability in its own base, in an active and self-reliant proletariat, and not in its top caucus. Once there was a great deal in this, as in the whole debate, which was rhetorical and illusory, insofar as many of the participants tended to exaggerate very considerably what really separated them from Lenin and the centralists. This was certainly true of Trotsky, who was in his years of power to exhibit even more centralist tendencies than Lenin had done or was later to do. Lenin would hardly have demurred from the view that there was need for an active proletariat. He never ceased to make the point himself. But what did self-reliant exactly mean? Surely not, for Trotsky, that the proletariat could do without the party. As for its need to have a broadly based party, this too would depend the meaning of the concept, as Lenin showed within a year of. It was perhaps inevitable that the concept of the party should have come to be enshrined or at least accepted very early in the Marxist perspective of working-class politics. It will be recalled that in the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels claimed as the distinctive mark of the Communists that in the national struggles of the proletarians of the different countries, they point out and bring to the front the common interests of the entire proletariat, independently of all nationality, and that they always and everywhere represent the interests of the movement as a whole. This being the case, they added, the Communists were practically the most advanced and resolute section of the working-class parties of every country, and they were also those who had the advantage over the great mass of the proletariat of clearly understanding the line of march, the conditions, and the ultimate general results of the proletarian movement. 1 Although these formulations left open the question of the form of organization which the Communists should adopt*, it is obvious that Marx and Engels were here talking of a definite vanguard, and the notion of more than one vanguard is absurd. From the notion of a vanguard to that of a vanguard party, there was only a short step, which Russian revolutionaries in particular, given their specific circumstances, found it easy to take, and which they had very little option but to take. Moreover, the solidification of Marxism into scientific socialism further helped to strengthen the view that there could only be one true party of the working class, namely the one which was the bearer of the truth of the movement. This might not prevent the existence of other parties, but it made much more difficult the acceptance of the notion that there might be more than one Marxist working-class party. Indeed, it made that notion virtually unacceptable. From a very different political tradition, German social democracy, as it developed in the last decades of the 19th century, was also driven towards the concept of the unified party of the working class, which would bring together not only different sections of the working class into a coherent political formation, but which would also be capable of bringing under its own banner other classes and strata, and thus become the party of all those who wanted a radical reorganization of the social order. Nor, given the relative looseness in ideology and organization of this mass party, and the fact that it did attract a very large measure of working-class support, was there much encouragement, for those who found the party inadequate or worse, to cut loose and form their own party. It is highly significant in this connection that the German Social Democratic Party should have held together until well into the First World War, despite the intense alienation felt by a substantial fraction of its left-wing members. Even Rosa Luxemburg took it that the party, i.e. the existing German Social Democratic Party, was her only possible political home, notwithstanding her disagreements with it. The time she and others changed their minds, or had their minds changed for them by the circumstances of war, it was too late. The massive bulwark of the existing social order which the German Social Democratic Party effectively represented was intact, and the leaders of the party were both able and ready to sustain that social order in its hour of greatest need, in the winter of 1918-19. The encouragement to retain a unified party is further strengthened by the hope of changing its policies, by the fear that splitting off must mean isolation, marginality, and ineffectiveness, and by even greater fear of acting as a divisive agent and thereby weakening the working class movement. These are very strong pressures, which clearly work in favor of the leadership and apparatus of the mass party, and strengthen their appeal to unite, close ranks, show loyalty and so forth. Even so, the working class movement in capitalist countries has not normally found its political expression in one single party. In some cases, one party has been able to establish a quasi-monopoly as the Party of Organized Labor, the Labour Party in Britain being a case in point. But even in such cases, the labour movement has produced more than one party, and the quasi-monolistic party has had to fight very hard to maintain its position. It is clear that more than one party is in fact the natural expression of the politics of labour. The party as the single legitimate expression of the labor movement is an invention which postdates the Bolshevik Revolution. There is nothing in classical Marxism which stipulates such singularity. Given the heterogeneity of the working class and of the working class movement, it would be very remarkable if one party did constitute its natural expression, and the point is reinforced by the extension of the notion of the working class which is required by the evolution of capitalism. It may be assumed that the more than one party form constitutes a more accurate representation of the movement's reality than the one party alternative. But the point made earlier about the potentially contradictory demands of representativity and effectiveness also applies here. A more than one party situation in all likelihood produces greater representativity, but it may also make for less effectiveness. However, this is to say no more than that differences between people A and D groups make it more difficult than would otherwise be the case for them to take decisions. That is so. But there is a limit to what can be done about it, except by constraint and imposition. Whether it makes for lesser political effectiveness or not, and the answer will vary according to different circumstances and factors. The more than one party situation does not resolve the problem of substitutism, and it may not even greatly affect it one way or another. This is because two parties or more, purporting to represent the working class and the labor movement, may well take decisions that belong to the politics of leadership rather than the politics of the party as a whole. Indeed, it is likely that the more than one party situation enhances the politics of leadership, insofar as it requires an often complex set of negotiations between allies or potential allies, and such negotiations emphatically form part of the politics of leadership. So, from another angle, do most forms of revolutionary transformation, and notably revolutionary transformation by way of an insurrectionary seizure of power. A revolutionary movement launched on such a venture may well enjoy the support of a majority, even of an overwhelming majority, which may for instance be yearning to be freed from a hated regime. But this is by definition a matter of surmise, and revolutions, even in the best of circumstances, are not made by majorities, least of all revolutions which are made by way of insurrection. There may be no other way. But revolutions are made by minorities, and have usually been the work of relatively small minorities. At the very least, some element of substitutism is here inevitable, and the refusal to engage in it may be fatal. Rosa Luxemburg is a good case in point. Her draft program adopted by the founding Congress of the German Communist Party in December 1918 included the following declaration: "The Spartacus Union will never take over the power of government otherwise than by a clear manifestation of the unquestionable will of the great majority of the proletarian mass of Germany. It will only take over the power of government by the conscious approval of the mass of workers of the principles, aims, and tactics of the Spartacus Union." This indeed is a rejection of substitutism. We do not know what would have happened in Germany if Luxembourg and her comrades, in a period of extreme political and social crisis, had judged matters differently, and been less oppressed by the fear of usurping the popular will. But we do know that 1 month after she drafted the program, she and Liebknecht were dead, and the old order was safe. Too great a propensity to substitutism might turn into Blanquism and lead to catastrophe. But so, in certain circumstances, may the rejection of substitutism lead to defeat and catastrophe. In any case, Rosa Luxemburg's conditions, as set out in the above quotation, are most probably incapable of ever being met to the letter. In other words, revolutions are not only bound to include a certain element of substitutism but actually to require it. This too weighs upon the Marxist project, and must at least to some extent affect the exercise of post-revolutionary power, and may affect it very greatly. The discussion of class and party has so far proceeded as if the working class could only express itself politically by way of a party or parties. But this of course is not the case. Although parties are its most important means of expression, there are other forms of working class organization which have a direct bearing on political issues and struggles. One of these forms is trade unionism, another is conciliar forms of organization, workers' councils, Soviets, councils of action, and the like. These forms of organization also affect the whole question of the relation of Class A and D party. As far as trade unions are concerned, Marx and Engels saw them as performing a dual role, which they wanted to see linked. They believed that trade unions were the natural and indispensable product of the permanent struggle of labor against capital over all aspects of the work situation, and they also wanted them to be instruments in the political battle that had to be waged for the victory of labor over capital. In his instructions for delegates to the Geneva Congress of the First International in September 1866, Marx expressed this dual idea by stating that if the trade unions are required for the guerrilla fights between capital and labor, they are still more important. 132. As organized agencies for superseding the very system of wage labor and capital rule. 18 This formulation did no more than recognize a fact which was very familiar to Marx, given his knowledge of English trade unions, namely that unions might well seek to improve the conditions of labor within capitalism without being and without seeking to become organized agencies for superseding the very system of wage labor and capital. Too exclusively bent upon the local and immediate struggles with capital, Marx also wrote in the same instructions, the trade unions have not yet fully understood their power of acting against the system of wage slavery itself, and he urged that apart from their original purposes, they must now learn to act deliberately as organizing centers of the working class in the broad interest of its complete emancipation. They must aid every social and political movement tending in that direction. What is particularly notable about these and many other such formulations is not only that they show the crucial importance which Marx attached to the trade unions as political organizations, but also that they consistently failed to relegate the unions to the somewhat secondary and limited role, as compared to the party, which was assigned to them in later Marxist thinking. However this may be judged, it follows from the fact that neither Marx nor Engels had a particularly exalted view of the party as the privileged expression of the political purposes and demands of the working class, and they did not therefore find it difficult to ascribe to trade unions a politically expressive role only a little less significant than that of the party. This is not to suggest any kind of syndicalist streak in Marx, but only to note yet again that his emphasis on the working class itself and on the role which it must play in its own emancipation led him, whether rightly or wrongly, to be much less concerned than were later Marxists with the assignment of a towering role to the party as compared with that of the trade unions. The relative devaluation of trade unions as political agencies, and it is no more than a relative devaluation, is quite marked in Lenin. I have already noted in a previous chapter Lenin's famous remark in What is to be done? That the working class, exclusively by its own effort, is able to develop only trade union consciousness. 20 The designation is intended to suggest, as Lenin makes perfectly clear, a predominant concern of trade unions with immediate and limited economic demands associated with wages, hours, and conditions. This for Lenin did not mean that such concerns and demands would not have a political charge. On the contrary, he believed, as did Marx and Engels that all struggles for economic improvements and reforms had and could not but have a certain political dimension, but also that the political aspects of such struggles would remain confined to its specific economic purposes. Trade union consciousness does not mean the absence of politics, it means the absence of revolutionary politics. For the latter to be present and for the transcendence of trade union consciousness, what was required was an agency other than trade unions, namely the Revolutionary Party. Trade unions in the Leninist perspective are of very great importance, but nothing like as important, in terms of revolutionary politics, as the party. One of the party's tasks is, in fact, to combat trade union consciousness in the trade unions themselves, and to treat them as arenas in which revolutionaries must struggle against trade union leaders and a labor aristocracy determined to prevent the transcendence of trade union consciousness. One of the sections of Lenin's left-wing Communism and Infantile Disorder was entitled Should Revolutionaries Work in Revolutionary Trade Unions, and his answer was an unqualified yes. We are waging a struggle against the labor aristocracy, he wrote, in the name of the masses of the workers and in order to win them over to our side. To refuse to work in the revolutionary trade unions means leaving the insufficiently developed or backward masses of workers under the influence of the revolutionary leaders, the agents of the bourgeoisie, the labor aristocrats, or workers who have become completely bourgeois. Asterisk in the same text, written, it will be recalled, in 1920, Lenin also noted that the trade unions were a tremendous step forward for the working class in the early days of capitalist development, but that when the Revolutionary Party of the proletariat, the highest form of proletarian class organization, began to take shape, the trade unions inevitably began to reveal certain reactionary features, a certain craft narrow-mindedness, a certain tendency to be non-political, a certain inertness, etc. Buthe also went on to say that however, the development of the proletariat did not, and could not, proceed anywhere in the world otherwise than through the trade unions, through reciprocal action between them and the party of the working class. 21 These formulations express clearly enough the basic Leninist view of trade unions as an indispensable element of class struggle, but also as an inevitably inadequate one, whose inadequacy must be remedied by the party. What this meant for the exercise of Bolshevik power is also spelled out very clearly by Lenin in left-wing communism, and will be considered presently. But it may be noted here that, while Lenin speaks of reciprocal action between trade unions and the party, he also very firmly asserts the primacy of the party, the highest form of proletarian class organization. Insofar as the party is involved in some degree of substitutism, the trade unions can only help, at best, to reduce its extent, provided reciprocal action can be given effective meaning. The question of Soviets, workers' councils, and conciliar forms of organization in general, poses an even more direct challenge to Marxist political theory and practice in relation to class and party than does the question of trade unions. The challenge lies in the fact that councils are in one form or another a recurring and spontaneous manifestation of popular power in history, and that such forms of power come up, at least in 20th century revolutionary history, against the form of power represented by the Workers' Party or parties. There is no guidance at all to be had here from Marx, since the key text from him on the issue of popular power, namely *SWL, p. 541. Lenin's quotation, he noted, was taken from a letter of Engels to Marx about British workers in 1858. Civil war in France is entirely free of any reference to zero-jadical parties of the working class. This text, written in the last weeks of the Paris Commune, is a glowing celebration of the form of popular power which he presented the Commune as having inaugurated or at least foreshadowed the political form at last discovered under which to work out the economical emancipation of labor. 22 Instead of deciding once in 3 or 6 years which member of the ruling class was to misrepresent the people in Parliament, universal suffrage was to serve the people, constituted in communes, as Indy. Visual suffrage serves every other employer in the search for the workmen and managers in his business. And it is well known that companies, like individuals, in matters of real business know how to put the right man in the right place, and, if they for once make a mistake, to redress it promptly. There is much else about this political form which will need to be considered later, but the important point in the present context is that the people is not, to all appearances, organized by anybody, nor is its relation with its representatives mediated, directed, or guided by a political party. Nor, incidentally, did the passage of time cause Marx to place greater emphasis than he had done in the Civil War in France on the question of the lack of adequate organization and leadership from which the Commune obviously suffered. In a letter of 1881 he noted that the Commune was merely the rising of a city under exceptional conditions, and that its majority was in no wise socialist, nor could it be, for obviously, he held that conditions were not right for the Commune's success. With a modicum of common sense, he wrote in the same letter, it could have reached a compromise with Versailles useful to the whole mass of the people. The only thing that could be reached at the time 25 tid. Nowhere does he suggest that a different and more favorable outcome could have been achieved had the communards been better organized, or even that any such venture imperatively requires organization, parties, leadership, etc. He did say in a letter written in April 1871, at the time when the Civil War in France was being composed, that the Central Committee of the National Guard surrendered its power too soon, to make way for the Commune, 28, and he would undoubtedly have welcomed a better organization of the Commune's endeavors. But it also appears that the absence of organization 136 is not what mainly preoccupied him, or even that it greatly concerned him at all. This shows the dramatic shift of emphasis which occurred on this question in subsequent years. The idea of workers' councils and of communal or conciliar power formed no significant part of Marxist thought after the Paris Commune, until it suddenly forced itself upon the attention of Marxists in the form of the Soviets in the Russian Revolution of 1905. In the light of later Bolshevik proclamations of their crucial importance, it may seem surprising that their emergence should have owed nothing to Marxist initiative, but it is nevertheless so. In fact, there was much Bolshevik suspicion and even hostility to the Petersburg Soviet when it was set up in October 1905. Plus, in essence, this attitude was a reflection of a dilemma which was at the heart of Bolshevik perspectives. On the one hand, the stress on the absolutely central role of the party in the revolutionary movement and of its guidance of the movement; on the other, the emergence of popular movements and institutions which owed nothing to the party and which could not be expected to be brought easily or at all under its guidance and control. In 1905, Lenin responded differently from most Bolsheviks to the eruption of the Soviets on the political scene. In a letter to the editor of the party paper Novaya Zhizn, Lenin, writing from Stockholm on his way back to Russia, wrote that the question facing the party was the Soviet of Porkers' deputies or the party. On the contrary, he said, the J-Ision must certainly be, both the Soviet of Workers' deputies the party, and he added that the only question and uglily important one is how to divide, and how to combine, tasks of the Soviet and those of the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party. 27 This was indeed the question. But the reflux of the revolutionary movement removed it from the Marxist agenda until 1917, when new Soviets again confronted the Bolsheviks with the Jaja question, but this time with much greater insistence and urgency. It was then, in the months immediately preceding the October Revolution, that Lenin took up the question of the Soviets in his The State and Revolution. But it is precisely one of the most remarkable features of that extraordinary document. It not only fails to answer the question of the relation between the Soviets and the party, but that it barely addresses copyright elf to it. The State and Revolution is an apotheosis of popular revolutionary power exercised through the Soviets of Workers' and Soldiers' deputies. But these deputies would be subject to recall at any time, and they would operate within very strict limits, imposed upon them by the fact that they, in common with other organs of power, would be subordinate to the Marx had written that between capitalist and communist society lies a period of revolutionary formation from one to the other. There is a corresponding period of transition in the political sphere, and in this period the we can only take the form of a revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. 30 Lenin quite rightly emphasized again and again VGF its basic premise was, as Marx had said in the Civil War in Ponce, that the working class cannot simply lay hold of the dy-made state machinery, and wield it for its own purposes. *p The letter to Kugelmann to which I have already referred, Marx Joi reminded his correspondent that in the 18th Binaire, declared that the next attempt of the French Revolution, the document declared that this was not merely a formal question, but a political one of great importance. The Communist International has declared a decisive war against the entire bourgeois world and all the yellow, social democratic parties. Every rank and file worker must clearly understand the difference. B. 169. Between the communist parties and the old official social democratic or socialist parties which have betrayed the cause of the working class. The last of the 21 conditions perhaps best typifies the spirit of the whole document. Members of the party who reject the conditions and theses of the Communist International, 0 principle, must be expelled from the party. 18 Insofar as the 21 conditions made any sense at all, they did so as THQ battle orders of an international army, organized into a number of national units under a supreme command, and being prepared for an assault that could not be long delayed on the citadels of world capitalism, and that army was therefore having its ranks cleared of those tainted and untrustworthy elements who refused to purge their past mistakes and fall in line with the strategy presented to them by the leadership of the victorious Russian Revolution. But the tide was already ebbing by 1920. Such international army as there had been was already beginning to disband by the time the 21 conditions were issued, and some of its main units had recently been decisively defeated. The new communist parties, far from gaining a commanding position in their respective labor movements, were finding it difficult to implant themselves solidly and seemed condemned to lead a very marginal and precarious existence in many countries and for many years to come. But the 21 conditions remain the fundamental text of the Third International throughout its history and was used to serve the inquisitorial and arbitrary purposes of its centralized leadership in Moscow. The cost that was paid for this by the international working class movement in the next 20 years and more is incalculable. Leninism was a political style adapted or at least intended to be adapted to a particular political strategy, the political strategy that I have called insurrectionary politics. Stalinism, which soon after Lenin's incapacitation and death came to dominate Russia and the international communist movement, made a frightful caricature of the style, and made of the strategy what it willed, depending on what Stalin wanted to achieve at any particular time and in any particular place. In fact, Leninism as a coherent strategy of insurrectionary politics was never seriously pursued by the Third International, which means of course that it was never seriously pursued by its constituent communist parties. 170. Nor was it pursued by communist parties in the countries of advanced capitalism after the dissolution of the Comintern in 1943. Of course, the leadership of these parties remained wholly subservient to Stalin's command after its dissolution. But it is not really plausible to attribute these parties' renunciation of insurrectionary politics, for this is in effect what occurred to Stalin and Stalinism. The renunciation was no doubt greatly encouraged by Moscow. But the reasons for it have much deeper roots than this, as is testified by the weakness of the opposition to this renunciation, inside the communist parties and out. If it had not corresponded to very powerful and compelling tendencies in the countries concerned, the abandonment of the strategy of insurrectionary politics would have encountered much greater resistance in revolutionary movements, notwithstanding Moscow's prestige and pressure and repression. Much more than this was here at work, which condemned left opposition to Moscow to extremely marginal significance, and which is crucially important for the understanding of the life and character of the labor movements of advanced capitalism. The essential starting point is not only that the revolution which the Bolsheviks so confidently expected did not occur in advanced capitalist countries at the end of the First World War, and that was never even much of a realistic prospect, but that the old leaderships which the Third International and its constituent national units wanted to supplant and destroy remained in command of a large and in most cases the largest part by far of their labor movements, industrial as well as political. It is true that these leaderships had to make certain verbal and programmatic concessions to the radical temper that had been generated by the war and its aftermath. But this really amounted to very little in practical terms. In fact, reformist leaderships, now confronted with a Bolshevik and communist presence which they hated and feared as much as their bourgeois and conservative counterparts, became even more reformist than they had been. For all practical purposes, the old parties of the now defunct Second International were, even more strongly after 1918 than before, parties of social reform and parties of government as well. All in all, the leaderships of these parties withstood the communist challenge with remarkable and significant success. Another way of putting this is to say that, in the sense in which the term has been used here. 171. JJA politics of Leninism, insurrectionary politics, failed in the countries of advanced capitalism. What was left in these counties from the upheaval of war and revolution was, on the one hand, parties of social reform whose leaderships had absolutely thought of revolution of any kind, and who indeed saw themselves and their parties as bulwarks against it, and, on the other hand, communist parties formally dedicated to revolution yet pursuing at the behest of the Comintern opportunistic and wayward policies, with more or less catastrophic consequences. Blow here was a socialist third force, distinct from the other two, able to achieve any substantial support. Indeed, this is putting it too strongly. It is more accurate to say that nowhere was a Marxist left, independent from both the parties of the old Second International and of those of the new Third International, able to play more than a very marginal role in the life of their labor movements. The point is particularly relevant and significant in relation to the Trotskyist opposition which, from the second half of the 20s onwards, could plausibly lay claim to being the heir of Leninist insurrectionary politics. Trotskyism had an illustrious leader and small groups of dedicated and talented adherents in many capitalist countries. But these groups remained utterly isolated from their working class movements and were never able to mount a serious challenge to their respective communist parties. Many different reasons have been advanced from within Marxism to account for the disappointments and defeats which soon came to mock the hopes of 1917 and after. These reasons have to do with the unexpected capacity of capitalism to take the strain of economic dislocation and slump, the equally unexpected capacity of conservative forces to defend their regimes by ideological manipulation and, when necessary, by physical repression, with fascism and Nazism as the most extreme forms of that defense, and also the capacity of capitalism to respond to crisis and pressure with cautious and piecemeal reforms dressed up in a rhetoric of wholesale renewal, for instance the New Deal in the United States. And Marxists also pointed to the role of social democratic leaders as, in effect, the defenders of capitalism and the agents of social stabilization, although communists ceased to make as much of this in the 30s, when the Comintern adopted the Popular Front strategy, as they had done earlier. 172. Any such list of explanations why Leninist politics failed to make more headway for this is the question needs however to include one other factor of the greatest importance. This is the extremely strong attraction which legality, constitutionalism, electoralism, and representative institutions of the parliamentary type have had for the overwhelming majority of people in the working class movements of capitalist societies. Lenin himself, as it happens, was very concerned to stress the importance of this in his polemic against left communists in 1920. In Western Europe and America, he wrote, Parliament has become most odious to the revolutionary vanguard of the working class. But this, he went on to warn, was not true of the mass of the population of capitalist countries. In Western Europe, he also wrote, the backward masses of the workers and to an even greater degree of the small peasants are much more imbued with bourgeois democratic and parliamentary prejudices than they were in Russia. I.e. even this, however, grossly underestimated the extent and tenacity of what Lenin called bourgeois democratic and parliamentary prejudices, which is no doubt why he was led to make such absurd pronouncements as that in all civilized and advanced countries. Civil war between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie is maturing and is imminent. 17 Marxism and revolutionary politics had to adapt, or at least did adapt, to the fact that Lenin was absolutely wrong. One form which that adaptation took was a new stress on socialism in one country, which soon became part of Stalinist dogmatics. In a wider perspective, Marxist politics continued to have not only one meaning but two. This perpetuated the situation which had existed when Leninism as insurrectionary politics had affirmed itself as an alternative strategy to the reformism of the Second International, but it was NOW the THIRD International and its communist parties which adopted the reformist strategy. What occurred in the early 30s, after the Comintern's catastrophic third period and with the adoption of the Popular Front policies, was the barely acknowledged and theoretically still unformulated abandonment by international communism of insurrectionary politics. This, as I have argued earlier in discussing the meaning of reformism, did not involve the abandonment of a program of wholesale transformation of capitalism, of class struggle on different fronts, of the possibility. 173. That conservative violence would have to be met with violence, GPD, least of all the abandonment of unconditional support for the Soviet Union. In fact, this unconditional support gave to communist parties a stamp of particularity which helped to further the impression that they remained committed to insurrectionary politics long after this had ceased to be the case. Nor did communist reformism require the formal and explicit abandonment by communist parties of their doctrinal commitment to Marxism, or for that matter to Marxism-Leninism. But it did involve a progressively more definite acceptance of constitutionalism and electoralism as a possible and desirable road to socialism for communist parties, and the rejection of any notion of a seizure of power, at least in circumstances where legality and constitutionalism were so to speak available, or had come to be available, and even in many cases where it was not. This strategy was developed and formulated over a fairly protracted period of time. It was not pursued with full explicitness in its earlier stages, and there were cases where Stalin decided that it should not be pursued at all. Thus in Eastern Europe, but under obviously exceptional conditions. In the liberate countries of Western Europe at the end of the Second World War, and already in Italy in 1943, it was pursued very faithfully. The French and Italian communist leaderships, which then acted only with the accord of the Russian leaders, opted decisively and overwhelmingly for constitutionalism and electoralism. They entered coalition governments in an entirely subsidiary capacity so far as actual policy making was concerned, but played a critical role in the stabilization of their capitalist regimes at a time of great crisis for these regimes. Whether a different strategy, of a more revolutionary kind, would then have been realistic and capable of yielding better results has long been argued over and cannot obviously be settled conclusively. More important is the fact that the strategy that was then pursued, and which was the logical continuation of a process which the war had only partially suspended, was continued and further developed in the following years, notwithstanding all rebuffs, vicissitudes, and disappointments. The French Communist Party was suddenly offered the opportunity to move in the direction of insurrectionary politics in May 1968 and rejected it with little if any hesitation. Here too, there has been endless argument as to whether a chance of revolution was then missed. But whichever view may be taken of this, there is at least no question that the PCF very firmly acted on the conviction that any resort to insurrectionary politics would have been an utterly irresponsible form of ultra-left adventurism which would have been crushed and would have set the working class movement back for decades. The spelling out of this reformist strategy gathered quickening pace in the following years, particularly in Italy and then France, and is now thoroughly articulated. Advance by way of electoral gains at all levels and notably at the national level, alliance with other left-wing or radically inclined parties for the purpose of obtaining an electoral and parliamentary and where appropriate a presidential majority, the formation of a coalition left-wing government in which the communists must play an important and possibly predominant role, and the accomplishment of a vast program of social and economic reforms designed to begin the structural transformation of capitalist society and the eventual achievement of a socialist society. In the course of this process, and what is involved is a process, which is seen as stretching over a number of years, and more a plurality of parties would be maintained, and this would include anti-socialist parties, civic freedoms of speech, association, movement, etc. would not only be served but enhanced, representative institutions would not only continue to function but would be reformed so that they might function more democratically and responsively, and the executive power, owing its legitimacy to universal suffrage, would only seek to retain it on the same basis, by way of free and unfettered elections. Another and major ingredient of this strategy concerns foreign policy, and particularly relations with the USSR. The stress has been increasingly on complete national independence and freedom from any kind of subservience to Soviet communism. At most, Western communist parties envisage that a government of which they were part, and even one of which they were the major part, would have no more than a friendly relation with the Soviet Union, but not to the detriment of friendly relations with other countries or even to the detriment of existing alliances such as NATO. A government in which communists were involved might seek to end the system of alliances created at the time of the Cold War, NATO and the Warsaw Pact. But this is a very different matter from seeking a unilateral withdrawal from NATO. Whatever else proletarian internationalism I mean for these communist parties nowadays, it means neither automatic support for the Soviet Union's external policies, nor abstention from criticism of its internal policies, notably for its derelictions in the realm of civic and democratic freedoms. The fact that communist parties in capitalist countries, with varying qualifications that do not affect the main drift, should have come to adopt so definite a reformist strategy is obviously a matter of vast importance in general political terms as well as being important in relation to Marxist political theory, and this must be examined further. In essence, two main questions are raised by the reformist strategy. The first, and by now the less important one, is whether the achievement of executive power by electoral means is possible. The second, which is of a different order altogether, is /v what happens when such power has been achieved by communists, or by communists in a left coalition. Clearly, these are central questions in modern Marxist politics. 3. It was at one time fairly common for Marxists to argue that, if it ever looked as if a left-wing party or parties pledged to radical anti-capitalist policies might win an electoral majority, the ruling class would not allow this to happen. Something like a preemptive strike, it was argued, would be launched. Most 175. 176. Probably from within the state system and by way of a military coup. The elections would not be held, and the constitutional regime which had brought about the electoral threat would be abrogated in favor of one form or other of right-wing dictatorship. It was very reasonable for Marxists to treat this as one possibility, and not only in cases where universal suffrage appeared to pose a threat of fundamental change. The same might also happen where elections threatened to produce a government pledged to carry out reforms which, though not actually subversive of the existing social order, were judged dangerous by people in power. After all, this is precisely what happened in Greece in 1967, when the colonels took over in anticipation of a general election which the right feared it would lose and which would then have brought to power a mildly reforming government. The propensity of the right to try and mount preemptive strikes of this kind must vary from one country to another, and depend on many different factors, but it is reasonable attached to the notion that the working class cannot simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery, and wield it for its own purposes, and I also noted the reaffirmation by Lenin of the meaning of that notion after its neglect by the Second International, in terms of the smashing of the existing state power and its replacement by other institutions of a fundamentally different type. 18 In the state and revolution, Lenin appeared to mean by this phrase popular power expressed directly or through the Soviets or workers' and soldiers' deputies. Another and more specific example of the search for new institutional forms was provided by Rosa Luxemburg in the draft program which she wrote for the new German Communist Party and which appeared as an article in Die Rotfahne on December 14, 1918, UNDER. The title What Does the Spartacus Union Want? The main feature of the socialist society is to be found in the fact that the great mass of the workers will cease to be a governed mass, but, on the contrary, will itself live the full political and economic life and direct that life in conscious and free self-determination. Therefore, she went on, the proletarian mass must substitute its own class organs, the workers' and soldiers' councils, for the inherited organs of capitalist class rule, the federal councils, municipal councils, parliaments, applying this principle from the highest authority in the state to the smallest community. The proletarian mass must fill all governmental positions, must control all functions, must test all requirements of the state on the touchstone of socialist aims and the interests of its own class. 19 And the program also specified that workers' councils would be elected all over Germany, as well as soldiers' councils, and that these would in turn elect delegates to the Central Council of the Workers' and Soldiers' Councils, and the Central Council would elect the Executive Council as the highest organ of legislative and executive power. 80 The economic and social points of this program were of an equally far-reaching nature. 9 And the split between reformism and what I have called its Leninist alternative undoubtedly includes very considerable differences in the scale and extent of the immediate economic and social transformations which each strategy tends to propose. But the crucial theoretical difference consists in the acceptance on the one hand of the notion that the existing bourgeois state must be smashed and replaced by an altogether different type of state embodying and expressing the dictatorship of the proletariat, and on the other hand, the more or less explicit rejection of any such notion. It might seem as if the difference stemmed from a perspective of peaceful and constitutional transition as opposed to a violent one, the first type occurring on the basis of a left-wing victory at the polls and the second on the basis of a seizure of power made possible by a regime's defeat in war, or extreme economic crisis and dislocation, or political breakdown, or some combination of any of these possibilities. But this is not in fact where the opposition necessarily lies. A constitutional accession to power might be followed by a wholesale recasting of state institutions, and a seizure of power need not involve such a recasting at all. Indeed, in so far as the intention is to extend popular power, a peaceful transition might be more favorable to such a project than a violent one. 21 But in any case, the essential theoretical difference is between a project which envisages the carrying through of a socialist transformation by way of the main political institutions, notably parliament inherited from bourgeois democracy, even though these might be to a greater or lesser extent reformed in more democratic directions, and a project which envisages the total transformation of the existing political institutions as an integral and essential part of a socialist revolution. The classical Marxist text for this contraposition is Lenin's The Proletarian Revolution and the Renegade Koskei, which he wrote in 1918 in reply to Koskei's The Dictatorship of the Proletariat. These two scenarios, or models, reformism on the one hand and its Leninist alternative on the other, have constituted the two poles of a debate which has been at the center of Marxist politics for the best part of this century, and the reformist strategy to which communist parties now firmly subscribe ensures that this debate will be sustained for a long while yet. 179. Given the bitter opposition which that strategy evokes from various other tendencies of the Marxist left, it may well be, however, that the terms of the contraposition are mistaken, insofar as neither model represents realistic perspectives and projections. I believe, on a number of different grounds, that this is indeed the case. Whatever the real differences between the two strategies, they cannot be as stated, because the stated positions do not correspond to any possible situation that may be envisaged. To begin with the Leninist strategy, it is by now clear that the smashing of the existing bourgeois state does not open the way for the achievement of the dictatorship of the proletariat. A revolutionary situation produced by successful insurrectionary politics as a result of which the existing state is smashed requires, if the revolution is to succeed and be defended and consolidated, a new articulation of power of a kind which cannot be provided by the dictatorship of the proletariat, at least not in the meaning which Marx may be taken to have given to it, or which Lenin gave to it in the State and Revolution and even in the Proletarian Revolution and the Renegade. Koski. In that meaning, it is always popular power which is stressed, and it is its exercise by the proletariat and its allies which is glorified. That power is exercised almost directly, and only mediated by representative institutions strictly subordinated to the people. In the State and Revolution, Lenin thus writes that the state, under these conditions, is transformed into something which is no longer the state proper. It is necessary to suppress the bourgeoisie and crush their resistance. The organ of suppression, however, is here the majority of the population, and not a minority, as was always the case under slavery, serfdom, and wage slavery. She then goes on, and since the majority of the people its ELF suppresses its oppressors, a special force for suppression is no longer necessary. In this sense, the state begins to wither away. Instead of the special institutions of a privileged minority, the majority itself can directly fulfill all these functions, and the more the functions of state power are performed by the people as a whole, the less need there is for the existence of this power. 24 True, Lenin says, we are not utopians, we do not dream of dispensing at once with all administration, with all subordination. 180. But this subordination must be to the armed vanguard of all the exploited and working people, i.e. to the proletariat. 5 A similar trend of thought is evident in the proletarian revolution and the renegade Koski. Thus, the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat is rule 1 and maintained by the use of violence by the proletariat against the bourgeoisie, rule that is unrestricted by any laws. 2 And Lenin insists that proletarian democracy is 1,000,000 times more democratic than any bourgeois democracy, and Soviet power is 1,000,000 times more democratic than the most democratic bourgeois republic because it was based on the Soviets. The Soviets are the direct organization of the working and exploited people themselves, which helps them to organize and administer their own state in every possible way. 27 There is, however, an important difference between the first pamphlet and the second. By the time Lenin wrote the second one, he was leading a state that had not been transformed into something which is no longer the state proper, and would not be, and could not be. In its proper Marxist meaning, the notion of the dictatorship of the proletariat disposes much too easily, and therefore does not dispose at all, of the inevitable tension that exists between the requirement of direction on the one hand, and of democracy on the other, particularly in a revolutionary situation. As I noted in the last chapter, Lenin met the problem by affirming that the dictatorship of the party was the dictatorship of the proletariat. But it did not take him long to realize that he had only redefined the term rather than fulfilled its original promise. In fact, it is scarcely too much to say that a time of revolution of the Leninist kind is precisely when the dictatorship of the proletariat is least possible, because such a time requires the recreation of a new and strong state, a state proper, on the ruins of the state which the revolution has smashed. But this is not the dictatorship of the proletariat of Marx, and of Lenin in the State and Revolution. Nor can it be contended that the pyramid of councils, of the kind which Rosa Luxemburg projected in 1918, resolves the question of direction and democracy. For the structure which she proposed was, very reasonably, to be capped by an executive council as the highest organ of legislative and executive. 181. Power, 28 And it is clear that, whatever her intentions, this organ would have been, and would have had to be, an extremely strong state, possibly representing the dictatorship of the proletariat, but not amounting to it. Where power has been seized, revolutionaries have to create a strong state in place of the old if their revolution is to survive and begin to redeem its promise and purpose. This is bound to be an arduous task, particularly because the material circumstances in which it has to be undertaken are likely to be unfavorable and further aggravated by the hostility and opposition of the new regime's internal and external enemies. Inevitably some of its own supporters, and possibly many, will falter and turn away when the exaltation of the first phase wears off as it confronts the mundane and difficult requirements of the second. The new regime may retain a very wide measure of popular support and find it possible to rely on continued popular involvement. It will most probably go under quite soon if it cannot. But the tension remains between state direction and popular power, and that tension cannot be resolved by invocations and slogans. Gramsci said in 1919 that the formula dictatorship of the proletariat must cease to be a formula, an occasion to parade revolutionary rhetoric. He who wills the end, must will the means. The dictatorship of the proletariat is the installation of a new state, typically proletarian, into which flow the institutional experiences of the oppressed class, in which the social life of the worker and peasant class becomes a system, universal and strongly organized. Point 2 Registered this at least acknowledges the central place which a state proper must play in the new system. But in so doing, it only proposes an agenda, not a blueprint. The reformist strategy which is counterposed to Leninism and the dictatorship of the proletariat by communist parties, raises a different series of questions. Let it be assumed that a coalition of left-wing parties, in which the Communist Party has an important or preponderant place, wins a general election on a program of pronounced anti-capitalist policies, and is allowed to come to office. What happens then? Left critics of the reformist strategy have usually argued that the answer to this was not much. In other words, reformist leaders would not seek to implement the program on which they had been elected. No doubt there would be a good many changes in the personnel of the existing state system, not least because an hitherto excluded political army would expect to be provided with rewards, at all levels of the administrative apparatus. Some institutional and administrative reforms might be attempted. Some social reforms would be proposed and possibly implemented, and even some measures of state ownership would be introduced. But this is as much as could be expected from leaders, so the argument goes, who are by now well integrated in their bourgeois political systems, and who would act as agents of stabilization of the existing social order rather than as architects of a new one. In their role as agents of stabilization, it is further said, they would need to contain and repress the militancy of the working class, which their coming to power would itself have enhanced. Thus the self-proclaimed party of revolution would turn into the shamefaced party of order, and perhaps not so shamefaced at that, and in due course, it would be thrust out of office, with the old order more or less intact. This is a very possible scenario. It might need amendment here and there, but it is certainly not unreasonable to think that some such outcome could be produced by the coming to office of a left-wing government with communist participation. After all, communist participation in governments in Italy and France and other countries at the end of the war and immediately after did produce precisely such an outcome. Admittedly, the governments in question were not left-wing ones but bourgeois coalitions in which the communists accepted a subsidiary role. But while circumstances would now be different, the intervening years have also witnessed a certain social democratization of communist parties, which is likely to be enhanced by the pressures of office, and which is unlikely to be compensated for by pressures from the left inside and outside these parties. This makes it not at all absurd for intelligent conservatives to believe that a left-wing government with substantial communist participation or even communisld might not represent nearly so great a threat to capitalism and the existing social order as less intelligent conservatives believe, and that it might even turn out to be a necessary price to pay for the maintenance of the system. But let it be supposed, on the other hand, that a left-wing and communist-led government, backed by an electoral and parliamentary majority, did decide to carry through far-reaching anti-capitalist measures, including fairly drastic measures of nationalization, imperative economic coordination and planning, major advances in labor legislation, social welfare, education, housing, transport, and the environment, all favoring the lower income groups and with fiscal policies directed against the rich. This is presumably what should be expected from a government whose purpose was claimed to be the radical transformation of capitalist society in socialist directions. It might not be able to do everything at once, but it would at least be expected to make a convincing beginning. What then? Perhaps the first thing to note about this scenario is that there are very few precedents indeed for it. In fact, the only precedent which comes reasonably close to it is that of Salvador Allende in Chile. This is not of course to say that what happened in Chile under Allende is conclusive, though it is significant. 30 It is rather to point to the fact that, for all the controversies which have surrounded reformism, its strategy has hardly ever been put to the test. Such reformist governments as there have been have taken the first of the two options, and done nothing much or even nothing at all to cause concern to the powers that be. The next thing to be said about the attempt to carry through the kind of measures listed above is surely that it would be bound to arouse the fiercest enmity from conservative forces defeated at the polls, but obviously very far from having lost all their formidable class power. This class power endures both inside the state system and in society at large. Of course, it must be assumed, as part of the 183, 184 scenario, and as partially demonstrated by the electoral victory of the forces of the left, that these forces of the left have deeply permeated society, that they are well implanted in most spheres of life, and that they have many friends in the state system. But to take the latter first, it is obviously realistic to expect that by far the larger part of the state personnel at the higher levels, and at least a very large number in the lower ones as well, acts much more likely to be ideologically, politically, and emotionally on the side of the conservative forces than of the government. In many cases, they will only be suspicious and hesitant. But in many others, they will be firmly opposed to programs and policies which they believe to be utterly detrimental to the national interest. Many civil servants throughout the bureaucracy, many regional and local administrators and officials, and most members of the judiciary at all levels, together with the police and the officer class in general, may and indeed must in prudence be taken to be in varying degrees opposed to the government. The commitment need not be thought to be irrevocable, but it must be assumed to exist at the start. No doubt new people, attuned to the government's purposes, will be brought in, and new administrative organs, staffed by such people, may be set up. But it is just as well not to underestimate the degree of administrative dislocation and even chaos that may be involved in the process, and which people of conservative disposition in the state system have no reason to try and remedy, rather the reverse. This means that a battle, in fact the class struggle, will also be waged inside the state system at all levels, and it would, incidentally, have to be waged, even if the state had previously been smashed. But how that battle goes depends to a large extent on what happens outside the state system as well as inside it. Those involved on the conservative side will be deeply influenced in their thinking and behavior by the manner in which the forces of the left, beginning with the government, are waging the struggle by their determination, intelligence, and good sense, but also, and crucially, by their capacity and will to rely on popular support and initiative, of which more in a moment. The class power of the conservative forces in capitalist society at large assumes many different forms: the control of strategic means of industrial, commercial, and financial activity, and of vast resources, the control of most of the press, and many other 185 means of political communication and of ideology in general, large, well-implanted political parties, associations, pressure groups, and organizations of every sort, many of which pride themselves on their entirely non-political character, meaning that they are conservative without being affiliated to any particular party, and to a greater or lesser degree, depending on the particular country but nowhere negligible, the churches and their satellite organizations. Nor is it only a matter of organized, collective power, it is also one of influence and activity on the part of individuals, each making a contribution in his and her own sphere to the strengthening of the conservative forces and the advancement of conservative purposes. It must be reckoned that large numbers of men and women belonging to the middle and upper classes, and occupying positions of relative influence and responsibility in their communities, will be willing to help, in whatever way they can, in the task of saving the country, defending freedom, national independence, their children's future, or whatever. It may be assumed that a process of acute polarization will have occurred in the weeks and months preceding the accession of the new government to office, and notably during the electoral campaign. But the struggle enters an entirely new phase once the government is in office. There may be a short respite, because of the sense of disappointment and demoralization which besets the defeated side. But this will not last long, and the conservative forces will soon be reorganizing themselves for a task which appears every day more pressing, namely the destabilization of a hated government, and its ultimate undoing. In this task, they will have the precious assistance of powerful capitalist governments and international capitalist interests. As I have noted in a previous chapter, this dimension of the class struggle is of quite vital importance. Indeed, so much is this the case that any socialist experiment of the kind envisaged here would undoubtedly depend very greatly on international solidarity and support, capable of neutralizing or at least of attenuating the impact of the efforts at destabilization that would be undertaken by internal and external conservative forces. Much of the responsibility for countering these latter forces would depend on working class movements in advanced capitalist countries. In many instances, this would involve a difficult struggle against social democratic leaders who must, on any realistic view, be reckoned as forming part, and a very important part, of the conservative forces of advanced capitalist countries. The notion that a strongly reforming government in one such European country would mainly face the opposition of the United States is now seriously out of date. There are other countries, Germany and Britain, for instance, with social democratic governments at their head, which could be expected to help in trying to bring the offending government to heel. The responsibility of the left in the countries concerned would clearly be to make their task more difficult, and preferably to make it impossible. Every reforming step that the government takes will reinforce the determination of its opponents to see it defeated. The opposition will naturally use all the constitutional devices and institutional opportunities which are available to it, for instance in Parliament. But this is only one aspect of the struggle and by no means the most significant. Reference has already been made to the struggle which will be waged in the state system, and what happens here may well be of the greatest importance. There is much that a sullen and hostile bureaucracy can do to impede and discredit a radical and reforming government. But the struggle will also be waged in every part of civil society, in factories and power stations, dockyards and warehouses, shops and offices, barracks, schools and university or cities, as well as the press, radio and television, and also the streets. It will assume an infinite variety of forms, because all forms of social life become politicized in circumstances of great social stress and crisis, or to put it more accurately, their political character, instead of being as hitherto blurred by the general acceptance of prevailing ideas and values, becomes visible and obtrusive by virtue of general contestation, and that political character is further sharpened and extended thereby. It must be taken, by definition, that a reformist government will try to keep this intensified class struggle within more or less constitutional bounds, and will hope to prevent it from spilling over into class war. It must expect some fascist-type groups to engage in sporadic acts of violence, but it will hope that this can be confined and contained, and that the conservative forces in general will not encourage, support, let alone initiate and 186. 187. Foment, unconstitutional action designed to overthrow the government or in one way or another get rid of it. But what the conservative forces in general decide to do or not to do must depend in a substantial degree on the government's own attitudes and actions. The fact that it has reached office by way of an electoral victory and that it has constitutional legitimacy on its side gives it a psychological and political advantage which it would be absurd to underestimate. but it would be equally absurd for such a government to expect that this will necessarily keep its opponents on the path of constitutional rectitude. Some elements among them, and possibly many, who had up to then been constitutionally minded since occasion had not arisen for them to be otherwise, will come to find it increasingly difficult if not impossible to keep on that constitutional path, and will persuade themselves that their patriotic duty requires them to stray from it and to encourage others to stray from it. But the question is not simply one of constitutionalism and legality on the one hand and unconstitutionality, violence, military coups, and civil war on the other. What is involved, at least in the earlier stages and possibly over a prolonged period, is not outright violence and its encouragement, but economic, administrative, and professional forms of disruption and dislocation, which may not be illegal at all and which are certainly not violent. What the government here faces is the pursuit by the conservative forces, with all the means at their command, of many different forms of class struggle, this being sufficiently militant in its intention, character, and consequence to warrant its designation as class war rather than class struggle, yet falling well short of outright resort to arms and civil war. In this situation, how the government responds is crucial. But it is also the sort of situation which a reformist strategy finds it most difficult to handle. Reformist leaderships know perfectly well that Marx was right when he said that universal suffrage may give one the right to govern but does not give one the power to govern. However, there is a great difference between knowing this and knowing how to act upon the knowledge and being willing to act upon it. The government will be strongly pressed to be reasonable, to seek compromise and conciliation, to put its more extreme proposals into cold storage until a more favorable time, to consolidate and pause, and there will be those in its midst who will be very tempted to yield to such advice, and who will readily find an apt quotation from Lenin's left-wing communism and infantile disorder to back up their advocacy of compromise, or an apt precedent from Bolshevik history to the same effect. Nor is it necessarily the case that such advocacy is always mistaken, though the chances are that if it is accepted as a general strategy, it will only be interpreted by the conservative forces as a sign of weakness and indecision, and encourage them to press on with even greater determination their endeavors to destabilize the government, while the government's supporters will be discouraged and demoralized, confused and divided, and the large mass of waverers will be rendered more receptive to the appeals of the opposition. If however the government does decide to push forward with its program, it must also as a sine qua non strengthen itself in order to make advance and survival possible. Advance and defense are in this instance one and the same thing. In effect, the government has only one major resource, namely its popular support. But this support, expressed at the polls, has to be sustained through extremely difficult times, and it has to be mobilized. The parties supporting the government will no doubt do this, or try to do it, in regard to their own members, and other working class organizations, such as trade unions, will play a part. What is required, however, is something very much larger than can be provided by such organizations, namely a flexible and complex network of organs of popular participation operating throughout civil society and intended not to replace the state but to complement it. This is an adaptation of the concept of dual power, in that the organs of popular participation do not challenge the government but act as a defensive, offensive and generally supportive element in what is a semi-revolutionary and exceedingly fraught state of affairs. In this perspective, a reformist strategy, if it is taken seriously and pursued to its necessary conclusion, must lead to a vast extension of democratic participation in all areas of civic life, amounting to a very considerable transformation of the character of the state and of existing bourgeois democratic forms. If this be so, it turns out that the reformist strategy ultimately involves the acknowledgement of the truth of the 188, 189. Proposition of Marx and Engels that the working class cannot simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery, and wield it for its own purpose. The truth of that proposition does not, however, confer valid ity on the proposition which Marx and Engels and Lenin linked with it, namely that the existing state must be smashed in order to replace it by the dictatorship of the proletariat. As I have suggested earlier, the link that they established between the smashing of the existing state and what they conceived to be the dictatorship of the proletariat is an illusory one. What follows the smashing of the existing state is the coming into being of another state proper, simply because a state proper is an absolutely imperative necessity in organizing the process of transition from a capitalist society to a socialist one. That process of transition both includes and requires radical changes in the structures, modes of operation, and personnel of the existing state, as well as the creation of a network of organs of popular participation amounting to dual power. The reformist strategy, at least in this strong version of it, may produce a combination of direction and democracy sufficiently effective to keep the conservative forces in check and to provide the conditions under which the process of transition may proceed. There are many regimes in which no such possibility exists at all, and where radical social change must ultimately depend on the force of arms. Bourgeois democratic regimes, on the other hand, may conceivably offer this possibility, by way of a strategy which eschews resort to the suppression of all opposition and the stifling of all civic freedoms. Such a strategy is full of uncertainties and pitfalls, of dangers and dilemmas, and it may in the end turn out to be unworkable. But it is just as well to have a sober appreciation of the nature of the alternative and not to allow slogans to take over. Regimes which do, either by necessity or by choice, depend on the suppression of all opposition and the stifling of all civic freedoms must be taken to represent a disastrous regression, in political terms, from bourgeois democracy, whatever the economic and social achievements of which they may be capable. Bourgeois democracy is crippled by its class limitations, and under constant threat of further and drastic impairment by conservative forces, never more so than in an epoch of permanent and severe crisis. But the civic freedoms which, however inadequately and precariously, form part of 190. Bourgeois democracy are the product of centuries of unremitting popular struggles. The task of Marxist politics is to defend these freedoms, and to make possible their extension and enlargement by the removal of their class boundaries.